We are live. We are live. Can you hear me coming through? I don't know. Oh God, I better turn off the. What I got to do is I've got to turn off YouTube. Fantastic. I can see Mervyn and Reflective are in the house and waiting to come on. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. Sorry if I missed anybody out saying hello and everything, but I'll try and catch up as I go along. I'm a bit rusty on the old controls because it's been a while since I've done this with multiple people. I just talk to myself usually in this little room. But I just want to raise a glass to all and raise a glass to Lucy Letby being set free this year, as she should be. It should have been last year, but this year I think it's going to happen. And today's good news anyway. What I thought to do to start it off, oh, thank you. Thanks for liking my shirt. I might not be able to keep up with all the comments. I'm going to invite people on. What I'm going to do is put the invitation into the chat now and keep remembering to do that as we go forward, just in case people can't see it. I wish there was a way to kind of fix it there. Perhaps there is, but it's beyond my technological nous to know how to do that. So that link I've just put in there, you click on that and you do whatever you do. I'm not sure what you do because I've never been on the other side of the coin, as it were. And then you get on here and then I kind of let you come in, not let you come in, invite you into this this boudoir of truth and justice that we are all part of. What I thought to do quickly, just to begin with, I wanted to have some Bob Dylan running into this, but I thought, I don't know if it would come through the speakers in the wrong way. But I thought an idea would be to read through, just quickly, for people who haven't heard it. And thank you very much to Zoe Yard, who gave me these links or copied the text into the YouTube comment very kindly and helpfully. So it's a statement, first of all, by Cheshire Police, and then a statement by our mate Evans after that. So I'll just read through the police one quickly. So where's that? Okay, an investigation update for Operation Hummingbird. Today, Tuesday the 20th, the CPS announced that it will not be charging Lucy Letby with any further offences after reviewing files of evidence that Cheshire Constabulary submitted in July 25. I better go easy with my throat because it's been dodgy, but I'll carry on manfully. This is not the outcome we had anticipated, or you don't say, throughout our investigation. Yeah. We were confident that we held enough evidence to take to the CPS. We submitted files for charging decisions in relation to 9 babies for consideration of 9 offences of attempted murder and 2 of murder. That's a total of 11 offences then. We believe that the evidence submitted met the CPS charging standard. The CPS did not agree, and despite our representations, we must respect the decision that has been made. There will be some who feel that this news is worth celebrating. Now, who might that be? What awful ghouls and misfits are that? I'm glad we're nowhere near those kind of people. We do not share this view and would ask that people respect the privacy and the feelings of the families involved. That's a complete false dichotomy. Just because we think this is good news doesn't mean we won't be respecting the privacy and feelings of families, does it? Can you see the manipulation laced through this? Like brandy laced through a Christmas cake. We are deeply grateful to the experts and witnesses who have contributed to this investigation. Their input, I wonder who they are, their input has been invaluable, in other words, not valuable, in answering many difficult questions on behalf of the families. Today's announcement does not affect or undermine the convictions of Lucy Letby. Well, I think it might do. For multiple murders and attempted murders of premature babies following an extensive investigation and 2 criminal trials involving one of the longest running murder trials in British criminal history and 2 unsuccessful appeals. Just because it's long doesn't mean it was right. Just because it takes a long time doesn't mean it was any good. This decision by the CPS will have no impact on Operation Duet. I've got these images of like Detective Hughes and Liz Hull doing this kind of duet in a karaoke somewhere in Chester. got to get that out of my mind now. Our ongoing investigation into corporate manslaughter and gross negligence. That's this duet thing. Gross negligence manslaughter, sorry, at the Countess of Chester Hospital. These remain separate investigations. Our thoughts remain with the families affected by this. So I'll just copy and paste that into the chat now. I'm wondering whether, hi Liz, hi Cup of Tea with Poetry. I'm going to invite people on now, and I might not be able to keep up with all the comments, but I'm going to try to dip in. If there's any crazy trolls turn up on the scene, if I can, I'll try and spot it sooner rather than later. Perhaps I'll leave the reading out the Evans's statement till a bit later, and we can talk about that as well, because it's just too much of my voice really. So I'm going to invite Dan Regan. So that's obviously Jenny there, isn't it? Jenny, that's Jenny. And I'm inviting Jenny on and inviting Mervyn on. Reflective was here before. Hi, Martin Walker. Hi, Douglas. Hi, everybody. Sorry if I'm not able to catch everybody as they come in. So I think I'm doing this right. It's been a while since I've done this. So Mervyn's on, and Reflective, if as and when you want to come back in, please do. And I'll put the invite in again. And oh, sorry. Hi, Jenny. Hi, Mervyn. Great to see you. I'm just going to do the invite again for anybody else. We can have a maximum of 6 people, and if I can always dip out as well, and I can go and have a cup of tea. No, we can always do that, and I can come back in or whatever. So, hi, Casbar. Hi, Trevor. Hi, everybody. Great that you're here. 33 people listening so far. Take it away, Jenny and Mervyn, and give my poor old throat a rest.
Mervyn, you want to go first? I have the Liz Hall article here. He wanted me to read out.
Great.
Well, firstly, I'm a little bit surprised that they actually made a statement to say that they're not going to go ahead and make any more charges. I actually thought, I obviously thought that they weren't going to charge, but I thought it would just be quietly brushed under the carpet and say no more about that.
Yes. Interesting. That's a good point. What do you think about that, Jenny?
Hey, you know what? The best thing to do is just to come open and get it over with. It's like fessing up. You know, when I had my parents, it's just like if you fess up and kind of be open about it to some degree, the punishment is not going to be as bad, or it'll fly over just a little better. Maybe that's the whole thing. Let's just get this lancing of the boil over with.
Yes, I absolutely get that. Yeah. Sorry, Mervyn.
No.
Oh, sorry, you were saying. So I was typing, and I was looking over here and trying to convince Reflective to come in, because it'd be great to hear from Reflective, wouldn't it? And so there's 6 places, but what I mean is people can come in and out. I can come in and out, and shapeshift and all that kind of. 42 people now listening to us. So I think it's fantastic news. There was an interesting thing. A gentleman called Alan. I'm just going to read his comment that came into the video that I did, which I've closed down now. I can't find it, but from memory now, he was saying he thought it wasn't such a good thing because it's a strategic move, because they thought they would be worse off if they pushed it into a court setting, and that if Lucy Letby was explicitly found innocent through a court process. I wonder what you thought about that, what we all think about that.
Interesting. No, I think it's positive, because I'm going to look on the bright side.
I mean, the court of public opinion is just swooshing this way. I mean, no matter what they do in a courtroom, people are going to believe what they're going to believe, and I think people are looking at this going, "This is just bullshit." So
well. This is better than it going to court, because it's saying already, and the CPS did say in the CPS's statement, there's not enough evidence for it to reach the threshold. So, yes. I mean, it's in effect, remember, we are actually in an innocent until proven guilty system, believe it or not.
Believe it or not. Yeah, no, absolutely. I try to think about that, but that's a great point. And in a way, it kind of echoes back to, well, hold on. These are like, what is this? 2 murder charges and 9. This is for 2 murder charges and 9 attempted murder charges. Just can't go anywhere. So it pushes it back to the original trial. Well, hold on a minute, that could have happened then and should have happened then, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we never had those figures before, did we? About what actually, we never had that information about what actually the charges were. We just knew it was a full file.
Well, that's right. Shall I read out Evans's statement? Is that a good idea?
Yeah, please. I haven't heard that. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, well,
trigger warning.
Yeah, trigger warning. Yeah, get the bath bag. Was it bath? Is that what you said, Jenny? The bath bag.
Barf bag. That's
Empress.
it's an American slang for throwing up.
Yeah, and stroke Empress to calm the old nerves. So
yeah. I don't know where she is. I think she's she just was fed, so it's nap time for her.
Right. I'm try to keep it with the comments as well. So what I'm going to do is read out Evans's statement now. I'm not sure. This again, thanks to Zoe Yard for copying and pasting.
Can I just ask, where's the statement? Was it posted on X or something? Or
I'm not sure. That was what I was going to say next, because I'm not sure where it came from. But Zoe Yard on comments on the YouTube video was getting comments from I believe from X, so I think it might have come from there. Either way, it is definitely today's statement because it relates to this matter. So he says, but I'm sure hopefully you can track it down, and he says the following. I just need a drink quick because it's hard to read this stuff.
Is this Evans needing a drink or?
Well, I think he probably. Well, I'm fresh out of syringes, so I can't be syringing.
Yeah,
I'll be doing that stuff. I'll be doing that.
Intravenously.
Oh God, yeah. Intravenous wine, yeah, through the UVC. Anyway, enough of that. But statement from Dr. Dewey Evans, the lead prosecution witness at Lucy Letby's first trial. Okay, quote. I won't do it in the voice, but.
Go on.
Okay, well, I had anticipated that there would be no further charges. I've lost the accent now. I had anticipated that there would be no further charges some time ago. I'm not familiar with the individual cases, the cases involved with the current investigation, but believe that the evidence of death or injury due to deliberate harm would not meet the threshold of being beyond reasonable doubt. The high bar required correctly to obtain a criminal conviction. It's probable that the infants involved were unwell, very unstable. If one could not rule out the possibility of their deterioration being the result of a natural cause, like he did with all the other ones, however, unlikely that scenario. I'm wondering if the accent is stopping the clarity, so I'll stick to the. If one could not rule out the possibility of their deterioration, this is new. This is the new charges being the result of a natural cause. However, unlikely that scenario. In other words, you're saying it's got to be murder again, isn't it? It would be futile to proceed with a criminal prosecution. He goes on to say, I was aware also of concerns alleged breathing tube displacements. Just heard it on the grapevine. Breathing tube displacements may occur accidentally, so proving a deliberate displacement at the beyond reasonable doubt threshold would be very difficult. The CPS may also have considered that engaging in further prosecutions would be a gross waste of time and money. Lucy Letby is already serving 15 life sentences following her conviction for 7 murders and 8 attempted murders. Cheshire Police are to be congratulated, even though they never take my calls anymore. They're to be congratulated for their thorough review of hundreds of babies in Chester and Liverpool, going back to 1828. No, I put that bit in. All were potential victims of England's worst, and it says sick, in other words, he's used the wrong word, or someone has, worse as opposed to worst female serial killer, quotes. He hasn't used quotes, but I always have to. Cheshire Police had a duty of care to review the management of all babies exposed to Lucy Letby's care between 2012 and 2016. Coming up to the end now, guys, folks. It's unlikely that this will be the end of the matter. From Lucy Letby's point of view, families whose babies have died or suffered life-changing injuries may revert to the civil court and consider a claim for damages alleging negligent care. The civil court threshold for proving clinical negligence is lower on the balance of probability, which is the 50% thing, isn't it? That will be a matter for individual families and their legal team. I'm going to copy that and put that into comments while...
Yeah, I've just seen Trials of Lucy Letby on X has posted that as well.
Oh, really? I'm going to... So there's a bit there, isn't there? Oh, 19 nurses here. I'm going to add to the stage now as well. Hello, 19. Good to see you. I don't know if you heard that. We were reading through, first of all, the police statement.
And yes, I heard all of it, Mark.
You heard all of it. Brilliant. Lovely to see you, 19.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi.
Hi, Mervyn.
Hiya.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Yes, it is ridiculous.
He feels he has the God-given right to make a statement of a case that he's no longer involved in.
Yes, yes.
And invoke the families.
Yes. Which is what the police did as well, which I think is, from what you said, Jenny, earlier, is what Liz Hull is doing. They're all on the same track.
Families too. Yeah.
They're all on the same track.
Yeah.
I would urge people to now write to Panorama to have their documentary removed. That's
a good idea. Yeah, it should go, shouldn't it? It should go down. I put a thing on post the other day because I was a gentleman called Ian let me know that Anouk Curry's brilliant, infinitely superior documentary than the Panorama one, Beyond Reasonable Doubt, is up for an award soon, and it was one of the highest streaming documentaries of ITV in the last year, I believe. So that's a positive.
So going back to the Operation Hummingbird statement, I mean, there's a couple of things I want to pick up.
Yeah.
I've highlighted the sentence where they've said about it being one of the longest running murder trials in British criminal history and 2 unsuccessful appeals. Well, one, it being a long trial has got nothing to do with anything. You know, it doesn't make it any more valid. And 2, there wasn't 2 unsuccessful appeals, was there?
No,
it was not granted leave to appeal.
The leave to appeal, they're not the same thing. They're not the same thing at all. There have been no appeals, have there? There have been no actual appeals that have failed. It's like going up to someone and saying, "Can I ask you to consider what we're going to say?" And they say, "No, but I don't even want to hear that. I don't want to hear that even." You know.
And we don't need to know their opinion about why did they feel it was necessary to say, you know, there will be some who feel this is news worth celebrating. We do not share this view. We don't need to, like, I don't know if you probably listened to was it Dr. Watts on Lucy Letby Analytics this morning. We don't need to know their opinion on it, do we?
We absolutely don't, but I think that shows their sort of febrile quality of them, that they're angsty, they know they're in a battle, they know they're on the back foot, and they know it's going to come for them like a tsunami over them eventually. And it's a little like they're trying to slap out, you know, really. They're kind of saying, they fell just short of saying, this is for the ghouls and misfits, by the way. Don't celebrate.
They're just shooting themselves in the foot.
But they really celebrated by buying themselves jewelry.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, talk about the pot calling the kettle black. I mean,
And doing that non-documentary thing, which is all backslapping, and the guy getting an award, Hughes going up there after 19 pints of snake bite up to get his award, and it's all gravy for them. They can do what they want.
I don't think anybody's celebrating. I think
No.
people are just happy that the CPS have seen sense.
Yes. Well, yeah. Do you think that it is that 19, that it's sense they're seeing, or is it something more political?
They know they'll get demolished in court.
Yeah, yeah. We're not in Kansas anymore, are we?
What MacDonald has will demolish their lack of evidence, because obviously they have lack of evidence, or they would have charged her.
Yes, well, that's right. It's just, it isn't there, is it? But does anybody think, and in the chat, I'm trying to follow comments as well. There's a good, they're all great comments, but there's a comment here. The BBC have already removed the first documentary. Thank you, M39403.
Oh, wow.
So that's something. What I'm wondering is who is the expert or experts on what reports and where have they come from that made the full file application? Okay, there's an element of it to do with LWH, so that's Yoxall's world, but there's stuff at Chester there. So where's that? And it's not Evans, because he's saying I'm not familiar with these. So is it Bowen? Is it or is it Brewery, or who is it?
But another thing is what they've written in Operation Hummingbird in their statement is this is what I'm talking about, shooting themselves in the foot, is that they've written, we believed the evidence submitted met the CPS charging standard, and yet the CPS have said it didn't. So by saying that they believed one thing and are basically being proven wrong, they're just showing their incompetence.
Yeah.
Yes. And also kind of showing the caprice of the system or is it, this is where I was going with the idea of it's all highly political, but the caprice of the system that when they did that all before, the CPS go, yeah, well, we'll have all this. We'll push it all through. But now you've got another 9 attempted murders, 2 murders, and we can't do anything with any of them. As well as can't do anything. I mean, it didn't even get to a full file. Evans's 25 other cases, which presumably about something else.
I think Cheshire Police was saving face with we thought it reached the threshold, but we will bow down to the CPS. It's all saving face.
19, I've just seen your comment, and I'm going to... it's the CPS one. Of the CPS, I don't know. I don't think I've read the CPS statement. So we've read the one from the police. We've read the one from Evans.
In the comments.
Well, that was the police one, and then the Evans one we've read. But one from the CPS itself, I don't know. Is that a separate statement that's somewhere?
Yeah. The CPS it's on like the CPS's website.
Oh yeah. I haven't seen that. So I haven't seen that. It'd be good if anyone can post that. That would be good. I'm wondering, Jenny, whether you'd like to go into the murky realms of Liz Hull's imagination.
Yeah, let me pull it up. Okay. I guess should I say it as a Southern belle? Because she's trying to. Oh, I'm having the vapors here.
Yeah.
Can we just prequel that? I don't know if everyone knows, but we keep calling it a full file, as it's like it's a callback to because when Liz Hull put the story out about a file being passed to the CPS, she used the phrasing of a full file, and then we've obviously like picked that up as like, what does that even mean? And now we're forever calling it a full file.
A full
it's like an ongoing joke.
Is she just like waving it like a Southern belle, like this? The file.
Yeah,
the sad thing of all is, for me, people like Liz Hull, politicians, the government, when you have 14 international experts who say after fully reviewing all the case notes, that there was no evidence of murder, just poor care, natural course of illness. Why people are not listening?
Yeah, it's been almost a year, hasn't it, since it was February the 4th, wasn't it?
February, yeah.
I can't believe she's still in jail. I can't believe it. I thought, at the time, I thought that's it. She'll be out in a couple of weeks or whatever.
No, justice goes too slowly, unfortunately. Needs reform.
I personally think this, and I know some other people think this as well. I think it's just highly political. I don't think this is just in the realms of the justice system. I think the politics is all over this, the Department of Health, the government per se, whoever the mandarins are in the civil service. We don't know who they are. That's the point, pulling the strings. And why is the CCRC not moving on this? What are they actually doing for best part of a year already,
Sorry, Jenny, you were going to say.
Go on, sorry, Jenny.
I don't know if you want me to read the whole article or not, or just kind of pull out the important stuff.
Well, whatever you feel, yeah.
Okay. Basically, Lucy will not be charged with any more crimes. Prosecutors announced today detectives have not provided enough evidence to show the former neonatal nurse murdered or harmed any more babies. The CPS has said it means the 36-year-old will not face any new allegations and will escape another trial.
Escape. Slippery snake she is.
This news will come as a blow to the families of infants involved in the Cheshire police investigation who believe their children were harmed by Lucy Letby while under her care. And then she also lists, the method she murdered, and then basically following her convictions over 2 separate trials at Manchester Crown Court, a detective pledged to continue investigating the footprint of her 4-year career.
Sorry, hold on a sec.
Yeah.
What I've got to say, because this is similar to what Hummingbird statement. Why is it going to be a blow to the family if they're told there was no crime to the would-be victims? If they're told actually it was natural, why is that a blow to them? Surely it's a relief.
Well, I don't think they've been told that. I think they've been told that they have high suspicions that their child was harmed.
Yeah, but now if they're told, oh, actually, there's no evidence of any harm, isn't that going to be a relief?
They're not saying that, Mervyn. What they're saying is that the Crown Prosecution Service believes it doesn't meet the threshold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's inferring that there was no crime. If they haven't got any evidence for it.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't believe the family would be told there's no evidence. I think they were told that there's evidence, but it doesn't meet the threshold for a prosecution.
Right.
Can I just mention something here? There's a bit of a disparity. Alim has put a comment here. The Crown Prosecution Service considered offences of murder and attempted murder in respect of two infants who died, and attempted murder in respect of 7 infants who survived. I'm not sure of the provenance of that, but if that's come from the CPS, that's different. That's different to the police's statement, which mentions the following. It says that they were, trying to find the bit again now, it creates a total of 11 in that. It says but 9 offences attempted murder and 2 of murder.
Yeah, but I think one was an attempted and a murder or something is they sort of clarify on the CPS website.
Oh, do they? So yeah. in other words, there's. Oh, can you be charged with attempted murder and murder in the same charge?
Well, they did. Yeah, they did for Child Eye. It was like 3 attempted murders and a murder or something. 3 weddings and a funeral.
Well, the only one I'm aware of where they actually joined together the potential. Well, no, they didn't actually. I'm talking about Baby K now, because that was originally a murder
But she
charge.
got not guilty
Yeah.
for the murder bit before
Yes,
the trial even started.
Yes, exactly. It was knocked off. It wasn't brought into the main trial. But I'm not sure they would. If a baby has died, I don't think you'd end up being charged with attempted murder and murder. You'd be charged with.
I think they have.
Child die. Yeah.
They have.
Really? Sorry,
Mervyn's right, because it was on a different occasion.
Sorry, so can you clarify that? So child eye, they did what? What did they do with
child eye? She got charged with 2 or maybe even 3 charges of attempted murder, and finally murder, because like
okay.
nurses said, it was it was technically 3 different occasions, although they were
it's different.
It was 2 hours earlier and things.
Yeah, but they're kind of they're deeming it a different act in a different period of time. Thank you. I didn't realise that. I didn't remember that or realise that was possible. But
I've got some more ugly stuff that she wrote here too.
Oh yeah, please, yeah.
Okay, I'm skipping over some stuff, but it says it is understood that several families are planning to appeal the CPS decision. All victims of crime have an automatic right to review, which involves a second senior CPS lawyer evaluating the evidence when victims object to the decision not to pursue a prosecution. Today's announcement also does not preclude parents from taking civil actions against the NHS. One mother whose son's care was investigated by detectives said she was absolutely devastated that they would not be getting justice. God. We suspect Letby did something to him, but the police said the evidence doesn't meet the threshold for prosecution. It's heartbreaking. We are absolutely devastated he won't get justice. See, she's evoking the families. Look at her.
But isn't this a terrible position they put those families in now?
Yeah.
That they've brought them to the edge and saying, forever and a day, you're going to think, obviously it will change when Lucy Letby is exonerated, but at this point in time, we're saying that you're going to believe that your child was either attempted to be murdered or murdered.
Somebody from the police needs to have a conversation with the families and say, look, because the CPS have said this, therefore that's the case is that there is no crime. Someone needs to have that kind of conversation with them.
I'm not sure that's how they operate. It's almost as though they're on an emotional operating level where they've said, well, we did our best for you, and unfortunately this is just the system as it is. And they're kind of going to leave them with it. They're going to leave them with that horror and quote unquote knowledge that that's what's happened, but the system couldn't deliver for them.
I'm sure the CPS rejects things all the time, and then the police have to have those kind of conversations with would-be victims all the time. That must be something standard. So I'm sure there are sort of liaison officers who would have those kind of conversations.
I agree with what you're saying, but I'm wondering, do you think they would go to the people and they say, because the CPS have knocked it back, we as the police now no longer feel it was a crime? Or because how could they do that in a way? Because as they say themselves, we believe we should have got it over the line with this.
It shows the bias from the beginning, isn't it?
Yes.
They're centered on one individual all the time. They're centered on that a crime has been committed. This is why we need to go to the inquisitorial system rather than the adversary system, because we need to find truth.
Yes, definitely we do, especially in complicated cases like this, or where there's areas that most people wouldn't know anything about it. Most people aren't familiar with understanding this kind of information, about medical information.
Yeah, I've got the closing paragraph, and the closing paragraph is always the last thing you remember. I mean, she evoked Shu Lee and, you know, what he did in February. So if she's closing with this, she's not giving up, Liz Hall. It says, Richard Baker KC said by assessing the medical evidence alone, the panel risk that she's talking about, the Shu Lee panel, ignoring the bigger picture of circumstantial evidence, such as the hoard of confidential handover sheets found at her home and her confession notes, the searches she performed on Facebook, and the doctoring of medical notes and the gaslighting of colleagues that led to the guilty verdicts. That's
well, again, can I just say, if you've got 14 international experts who have looked at every case note and have deemed that no murder has occurred, circumstantial evidence is just that.
This woman,
Liz Hull should know that the defence has got the top confession expert in the country who's looked at every single one of those notes. He's looked at all Lucy's psychological and psychiatric reports, and he's actually assessed Lucy in person, and he has deemed that they were not a confession. And Liz Hull, as a so-called investigative journalist, should know that.
She's nuts, Liz Hull. She is actually nuts. I mean, if she was writing these things on it, if Lucy Letby wasn't a public figure and Liz Hull was going on this online tirade about her, I think Liz Hull would be arrested under malicious communications for the constant harassment, bullying, and everything else.
And this is so typical. I mean, men assault women or assault people. This is a woman's version of assaulting a woman in that way. I mean, what is worse than making sure someone is locked up in jail for the rest of their life, an innocent person? That is the ultimate mean girl nastiness. This is the ultimate nasty woman.
Well, I look back at some of the media reporting, and the first time Lucy appeared in court, the headlines were baby killer, inverted commas, in the dock. And she hadn't even pleaded at that time. It was at Warrington Crown Court, the very first. You know, the narrative was set for this from the beginning by the media.
Yes, absolutely.
She was tried by media.
She was. I'd like to say something about Liz Hull and lots of other people involved with this on the other side, so to speak, is that their careers are invested in Lucy Letby staying in prison at some level. And it's almost as, I'm sorry, I think that's one of the drivers. How conscious that is in them, I don't know. But they've got this idée fixe about her, and Dowie Evans is obviously the same. I mean, his world is already under attack, but it's going to collapse his world altogether. Dowie Evans and Cheshire Police it's not a headache. It's going to demolish their whole. Well, it's done it to the degree they stopped posting online for like the best part of 2 years. Well over a year anyway. So it's a lot to do with investment and people's careers and essentially money, you know, and status, I think, for some of these people.
I mean, how
many reports just answer
the
one of the comments at Reflective? The confession notes weren't analysed during the trial. It's been post the trial for the CCRC.
Yes, that's right. By this one of the main experts in the world. I mean, it's great to have these experts, but I always maintain, you know, that the person in the street, many people in the street, the man on the or woman on the Clapham omnibus, as we used to say, kind of can get what that is, an outpouring of somebody under incredible pressure, you know. in which she's also saying, I haven't done anything wrong. So, you know, that's clear.
Just another answer to the comments. I think Mark MacDonald only needs to address point by point to the CCRC and then in court. He doesn't need to put it in newspapers and things like that. The most important people are the CCRC to get it back into the appeal court.
I think that's right. I think there's a duality here, that he's very cognizant of what's happening in the public arena and what are all the reports coming out. So it's kind of, he wants that to be going on, but doesn't have to necessarily be. Obviously, he's made statements within the Sarah Napton article today. So he's going into that world when he needs to, and then the rest of the time, perhaps, you know, being more pulled back in a sense, you know.
He addressed the confession notes at the 19 Nurses Conference.
Yes. Is that something he did outside of his speech? Is that something he did extra?
No, in his speech.
In his speech. I did watch the speech, but I can't remember it all.
Yeah, he basically said that he contacted this world-renowned expert. He did mention his name. I can't remember.
It's like a Swedish name or some Scandinavian name.
Yeah, and then it was him that said, you know, that that all the notes had been analysed and that Lucy had been reviewed by this expert in person, and that his conclusion was that these were not confessions.
The thing is, Liz Hull in that ITV documentary made a big deal about the so-called confession notes and said that was the big thing in court. But from what I've read, although we haven't got all of the transcripts, but from what I've read, the police, a summary of the police transcripts were read to the jury, and they're uploaded on Jabe's website, LucyLetbyInnocence.com. It's the third.
That's an excellent website.
And so the transcripts of police interviews are uploaded there, and there they actually ask Letby about each and every single little phrase on there, and she explains it. And in the trial, the prosecution's closing speech, he basically doesn't really mention the notes. He says, "I'm not really going to talk about the note," because the jury heard the explanation about it. So I actually think Liz Hull is making a bigger deal of the notes than the prosecution made.
I don't know, Mervyn.
Yeah, it's difficult because we haven't got the full transcripts.
But I do think that the media really jumped on those notes.
Oh yeah, I mean the decision to, and this was, as I understand it, due to Judith Moritz's request to be able to publish those notes out of context without Letby's explanation of that's what they were saying about me.
Well, they were writing a book, weren't they?
They absolutely were. Jenny, you were going to say something there as well.
I'm just saying, this is so typical, mean, nasty. They're nasty women. They always have been nasty women. It's just coming out. And if Lucy wasn't pretty, and they think of themselves as a superior to a nurse. I mean, they would not lower themselves to be a nurse. They're journalists. Again, did any of them ever even talk to a nurse? No. They wouldn't lower themselves to do that. This is just nasty women stuff.
Well, some of us were in court, Jenny, and I think Liz Hull spoke to a couple of people, but reported it really derogatory.
In what sense, 19?
Better than
nurses.
I
can't remember, I think describing one as old, and you know how they described it, not just the nurses, people, as if they were creating you know, conflicts within the corridors of the courts and things like that.
They're dramatizing it, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
These nasty women love drama.
It's drama. Yeah, it's drama, and you're creating characters almost like they're characters.
God, yeah, they love playing chess. That's what women do. It's a psychological thing. Men punch, women do the psychological.
I just think it's sad that just the facts cannot be, they can't just report the facts. They've got to put their own opinion and own spin on it.
That's right. That's right. They're in that, they've got one foot in that world of being an influencer or believing that's what they are, or they're actually too much in the story, in a sense, in that way. They're putting their own persona and their own issues in the story, I think.
It's like we went to, a few of us went to the trial of baby Kay, and they weren't going to let us into the court. And somebody who was with us basically said to the court clerk, why can't we go in? Because they wouldn't allow people into the main court, but there was an overspill court. And they said that it was just for the press. And this person said, look, the press do not represent us, the public. They report the news, but they do not represent us. And in the interest of open and fair justice, we need to go in. And why have a public gallery if you're not allowing the public in? And in the end, the public were allowed in.
I mean, there's actually no such thing as a journalist. You can be self-proclaimed journalist. You can be a citizen journalist. There's no, you don't need it. Although there is like a register you can optionally join. I mean, there's nothing to give them special privileges.
No, I'd like to bring in Bernie's comment here, and I'm sorry if I'm missing other comments coming through quite quickly, but Bernie says, will the families be encouraged by lawyers or police to invoke their victims' right to review in attempts for the CPS to change their decision?
Probably. I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think they're going to change it.
I don't think they're going to change it either.
And the families never, my understanding, the families never taken Mark McDonald up on reading Shulu's actual the reports. If I'm not right, he said they're anytime you want to. So again, it's amazing. Those poor families. My God.
That's a great point, Jenny, to introduce that. And I'm wondering, and it's not really a devil's advocate position, but it's if any of the families had taken up his offer, would we necessarily know about it because of what's going on behind the scenes? I don't know. It's an impossible thing to know. To prove that way, you know. But we're going with the idea that because we haven't heard about it in the media, they haven't. But I'm not sure we know, and probably it's right that we don't know the full gamut of all the interactions that are happening. Probably.
Those poor families were gaslighted by the consultants, then gaslighted by the police.
Yeah.
And what are they? I can't imagine what those poor things are going through. My heart just breaks for them.
Well, not especially, but also now this new group of parents, and whether some of those are actually, there's a crossover with the original indictment to some degree, I don't know. But there's all these new people now that have been kind of built up by the police to believe that they've got a case with regard to their children. They've gone through the trauma of that and now been left in this invidious position, this terrible position.
I think what's interesting is what our friend Dowie put, that many of these patient babies were very sick and very vulnerable.
Yes.
You know,
Oh,
in the
do you know what?
first trial, they were all well, weren't
Yeah,
they?
they were
Inverted commas.
perfectly stable.
It's just hit me, and this might be mad, but is he trying to throw shade on the police there in some way and get some kind of enjoyment about the fact that they've been turned down because they weren't his cases?
God
And
knows.
in a way, in other words, he could get his lot through because he made the right judgment.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
I mean, I
So
know
they have
it's
the nerve to fire him, right, or let him go, or whatever.
yeah, or just
Well, they
stop
have
answering his
let him
calls.
go.
You know?
They have let him go.
Yeah, I think
He's
they have.
retired now, apparently.
But he's still got the notes. He's still got the notes. 19.
Yeah, that's got.
Yeah, I think they're asked to keep them for up to 6 years.
Really? Oh,
I read somewhere about they are actually asked to keep them.
I have to keep, for my work, we have to keep police documents for 6 or 7 years.
But he's a kind of individual bloke on his own. He's not part of an institution, is he? So I don't know. It still feels odd to me that he's got these notes and he's poring over them overnight with his syringe and wine, and he's going, "Oh, I can find something else here."
God. Oh, that was hilarious. Oh my God.
I've never in my life seen an expert witness like this. I don't think any of us who is so media savvy, media hungry, it's frightening, really.
It is frightening. He's definitely out on his own. The nearest I can think of, just in terms of because of finding my way into this and never expected to, is David Southall, because he did a bit of grandstanding, and he's very odd in the videos that you see, very dislikable, very, I think, dysregulated and strange, Southall. And but Evans has said, "Hold my beer," and gone for it. You know, there's nothing like it. There's no one like Evans around, but he's had to wind it back now because although they're still going to somebody I can't remember who said earlier, why is he still saying something now? Because they are still going to him and asking him as well. But he could say no, I don't want to talk about it anymore. like Marna Reed is, you know, he keeps short, couldn't he?
Yes, because apparently, I think it was Marjorie, I don't know, one of them was under investigation or sanctioned.
Yes,
whilst the trial was going on.
Yeah, it was the other guy that Peter Hayes did that brilliant dissection of his work, whatever his name is, I've forgotten his name. The guy that worked at Guy's Hospital and did that kind of mass survey of air in the body after death. So it was him.
No, I thought it was actually, I may be wrong, I thought it was Hindmarsh.
Oh, it's Hindmarsh. Yes, it is Hindmarsh. Yeah, it's Hindmarsh. I'm pretty sure. I'm 99% sure it's Hindmarsh. Yeah. Yeah, he's not allowed to practice anymore. He's off the. I mean, he's got some.
He retired one or the other before, you know, any case came about him.
I did a bit of a dive on him over a few nights, and I think I actually ended up writing to him, appealing to his conscience. I found an email, but I never heard back. But yeah, there's a definite certain things that happened there. I'll look him up. Professor Hindmarsh. I'm just going to need to take a little comfort break, as they call it. So if you can all hold the fort.
Well, I don't know if you guys were listening to Lucy Letby Analytics this morning, and they were changing subjects a little bit. They were talking about changing the death certificates and things, and one thing that came to me was 19. Do you remember there were a couple of babies? I believe it was babies D, O, and P. They were due for inquest, and because the police got involved, that those inquests got cancelled. But what I'm interested in is why, after the trial, were these inquests not sort of reopened again? Because let's say, just for argument's sake, let's say they were murdered or something. That doesn't necessarily exclude that there was any medical malpractice. I'm not just talking about for the babies, but maybe even on the like obstetrics front. If there was any sort of poor care given, the fact that they then went on to be involved in a murder inquiry, and then somehow that cancels the inquest and any sort of medical malpractice out. How does that work?
You see, I always thought that post a criminal, if there was any police investigation or criminal case, there couldn't be an inquest until that had been completed.
Yeah, but so my query was why after it was completed, why did they then not reopen? Can they then not have those inquests?
God knows. The other question is, why was Dowie Evans able to give different causes of death over that of the pathologist and the coronial system, the inquest that had already been had?
Yeah, they were discussing that this morning as well.
Generally, you have to open an inquest again to and close it to look at the other point, for the coroner then to give the cause of death again, or to change the cause of death, should we say. I don't know if that made sense.
No, absolutely. And we're not actually sure whether or not the coroner has actually changed has actually signed off on these new causes of death. I suspect that they didn't, but
a few people are asking about the managers. I don't think we should really discuss the managers because it's an ongoing investigation, and you can be accused of contempt of court. Unless you want to, Mark. Can't hear you.
I've muted myself, which I should do more often, really. But I don't think you can be, because they haven't been charged and there isn't a court date set. They've only been arrested. So I'm not going to say only. That's a massive thing for them. I'm not trying to mitigate that. But I think we're allowed to certainly legally discuss it because they've been arrested. They haven't been charged with anything. And going back to, there was a 2-year, 5-month period between Lucy Letby's first arrest and her charge. Now, I personally don't think the managers are ever going to be charged with anything. I think it'll all be superseded by Lucy Letby being exonerated personally. I feel comfortable talking about it because I think for them, they're not going to face any charges.
Well, Hummingbird brought it up.
Done any wrong?
Yeah. So, sorry, 19.
I don't think they've done. I think they followed all their procedures. Where, attention should really go back onto those consultants. They had many pathways other than the executives to invoke police involvement. Number one is the death overview panel, which has a policeman at inspector level.
Yes.
The pathologist, to say they had suspicions, then the pathologist would have ensured a Home Office pathologist was present.
Yes.
And then the coroner.
Yeah.
They never, ever, when they spoke to the coroner or the coroner's office, gave any suspicions whatsoever, whether it was just their gut feeling?
Well, the coroner himself at the Thurgood inquiry, he said if it was just about staff being, so this is Mr. Reinberg, if it was simply a case of her being on shift a lot, he said, and I quote, that would just be tittle tattle.
Great. Yeah, Jenny, can I bring you in here and ask you from an American perspective whether how this has worked out through the legal system and also bypassing coroner and overturning numerous
totally depends on the state you live in.
Right.
And there's 50 states. And since I've never been involved in any of this, I have no idea per se. But it totally depends on the state you live in. Totally depends. So I mean, we're such a big country and everything. It's all state kind of situation would be dealing with that.
And it can be radically different. Jenny, I'm just going to mention, I think Wesley said something about the audio there. Have you got the I'm not sure what he means, but I think, does he mean, have you got the YouTube video open? Is it coming through your speakers, the sound? I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm trying to.
Is my audio being bad or something? Or
no, you're very clear, but there's a back. I don't know whether Wesley means, is there a kind of an echo from coming from YouTube? Have you got YouTube open?
You know what?
If you've got YouTube, if you can close YouTube down, I think some people can hear it. So I did that at the beginning because I always forget that as well. But it's okay. So yeah, where were we?
I've turned something off here. So
that's fantastic. So it's a state by state thing, and they can be radically different across the states.
Yeah. I don't think they're radically different, but again, it's a state by state, and I've never really dealt with that kind of situations. I mean, that's always that was another department. I was just a kind of a floor nurse kind of a situation. So,
But Jenny, you will have policies in place, like in the UK, which safeguards your patients.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And we are as healthcare things, we can get in trouble if we don't notify the authorities of an abuse situation. We would get we would be in big trouble if we didn't. If I thought someone was killing someone and I didn't notify the authorities, I'd be in big trouble. I would lose my license. So, yeah. So, and I'm sure we have our own version of whatever the death panels are and stuff like that too, and corners and all that. So,
there's the James Reason Swiss cheese model. Basically, you have these safeguards in place to maintain the safety. And once those are removed, that's where you get the holes in the cheese. So they didn't utilise the death overview panel. That's one gone. Safeguarding, they didn't use that. That's another one gone. So, the coroner, the pathologist, all these little holes are made. And, at the end of the day, that's why this has happened, because they have not utilised their safeguarding protocols. Now, I don't believe that any murder has occurred, and I believe it goes back to those consultants, and those consultants need to address why they didn't use all the available policies that safeguards those children if they had real concerns.
If I was to play devil's advocate, I would. There was one weakness to me on Ian Harvey's front, where on occasion he kind of did give the impression that he had raised to the coroner. Sorry, he had raised to the coroner the concerns about the nurse being on shift. That would be my playing devil's advocate one
But
criticism.
that was at the end, Mervyn.
Yeah.
That was at the end. They were suspicious after the third child.
Yeah.
And Baby K's trial, J-Ram was cross-examined by Ben Myers, and I will never forget it. He was very stern, Ben Myers, like a schoolmaster, not a thug. He was like a schoolmaster. And he said to him, if this child was your child, would you have gone to the police? And he had to repeat it 3 times before J-Ram said yes. And he was repeated the question, and I can't quite remember if it was a family member or a friend's child, would you have gone to the police? And again, it had to be repeated 3 times, and he said yes. And then Ben Myers said, well, why didn't you go for this child? And then Johnson stood up with an objection, and it just wasn't brought up again.
That's right. There was this kind of weak excuse of J.R.'s where it's like he didn't know the procedure. Like he hadn't been trained on it, didn't get the memo.
I'm not being rude. Consultants are on 100k a year because they are ultimately responsible for those patients. The buck stops with them.
Oh, for sure, yeah, absolutely.
From a medical point of view.
And he's a department head too. Department head.
So the lame excuses within the trial, we didn't know about this policy, we didn't have this training, we things like that. And for like the insulin, a junior doctor mistakenly didn't understand and didn't pass it on. It was on the computer system to be seen. Every time they opened that computer for blood results, that result was there. It's not good enough.
Yes.
It isn't good enough, and they were allowed to give their own assumptions as well. I was always taught, and I'm sure you were, Jenny, that when you give a statement, you give a statement of fact, and it is absolutely just the fact. I witnessed this at this time in this place. There was XYZ there as well, and this happened.
That's right, no opinions. And you know what? If you don't document it, it didn't happen. So
well, it was okay for them to not document the rash, wasn't it?
And that was written in stone. If you don't document it, you cannot claim it happened. Right? I'm assuming it's the same in the UK, right?
Yes, that makes total sense.
Lead back to those consultants.
There's this amazing thing in that drop of that release document. I don't know who has released it from Thirlwall, where it goes back over the evidence of things as they have come out, and you've got 3 different periods in time in which J.R. allegedly first finds the Lee and Tanswell paper. I can't remember them all off by heart, but they're staggered by months and months apart. But he's got 3 of them in different evidence giving situations, like to the police and then in court. So it's just so all over the shop. How believed about anything.
Even Judge Goss, in summing up, actually queried and pointed out the fact that it didn't make sense about Evans saying he came up with air embolus independently. Even Judge Goss, pulled that up and said, look, you've been given the opportunity to tell us that if you've been told about this air embolism and you haven't, it's basically a given that they colluded.
Well, I'm not sure, Mervyn, if you've seen Stuart Gillam's video, in which, as part of that 150-page drop, it actually says that the police officer says, I've handed over Jairam's notes about the rash to Evan.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but even in the Thirlwall inquiry documents, in the bombshell document where they're collating all of the cases, they actually, I think he includes the paper in the air embolism, the Lee and Townsville paper, as an attachment on that document. So if that email got forwarded to Evans, it would have had that as an attachment on it.
Yes, absolutely. He's probably had it a few times then in different.
I can't remember which documentary, but I think it was the last one. Evans quite clearly said, or was it in his correspondence with Peter Elston? I'm not sure which. That I think it was the correspondence that the consultants chose the indictment babies.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's right.
Yeah, he did say that in the Peter Elston, but yeah.
And to me, he just went with what the consultants had said.
And he added a lot more as well. He did add a lot more, but he never found any success with those.
I just feel all roads lead back to them. And as Gibbs said, it wasn't a gang of 4. It was a gang of 7.
Yep.
It was a gang of 7, and then you've got these peripherals. You've got the whole ambience in the hospital, which is the junior doctors. Possibly, I think, as Jenny has mentioned in certain videos and discussions about, there are certain nurses that might be leaning and bleeding into that kind of group because it's not them. The focus isn't on them.
I wouldn't mention any nurse's name, but from what I've seen from the court transcripts, certain nurses were trying to save their own skin.
Precisely. That's what I mean.
I don't think they were completely truthful. And we can, you can, speculate why, but it could most probably be because if she doesn't get done for the murder, I will.
That could well be it. They saw this is a perilous situation. I'm going to get as far away from this as possible, and I'm going to sort of either say nothing or I'm going to lean in towards
this one nurse, 2 nurses, Christopher Booth, who stuck up for Lucy.
Yes, he did beautifully.
Yeah, and there was the other nurse with the baby who was left on the trolley with no alarms fitted.
That was G. Yeah.
Baby G. Yeah.
Yeah. And she actually asked to relook at her police statement and came back into court to say it. What a brave lady.
Yeah. They definitely were.
It really separated out people, didn't it? But there's also the factor that there were at least, I think, either 3 or 4 anonymous nurses given ciphers.
Can we just answer the question or the statement that Zodiac's put?
Zodiac, where is that then? Is that I'm a bit behind
the comments?
Zodiac
Baby L was poisoned with massive amounts of synthetic insulin. Even Letby agreed on this. Where did that come from?
Oh, Zodiac. I know Zodiac. I'm aware of Zodiac. Yeah, that's yeah.
Well, yeah, I know about the. I'll help you out on those. Well, actually, Baby L, it wasn't as large as Baby F, the reading on it. And if the baby was poisoned with a massive amount of insulin, how come it was fine?
And
Yeah,
these
good point.
babies was given a shed load of glucose, which pushes the insulin out of the cells and will increase your insulin. Then your C-peptide, which should really be a 1-to-1, can go so high that it reaches what's called the hook effect, and you get a false negative reading. You get a false low reading. But I think some of the experts have done a lot of insulin modelling on this. The main point is it did not reach forensic testing.
No, it didn't. That's the crucial point, and
that is the crucial point of this. It should never have been allowed into court because it didn't meet the gold standard for the testing. I said you're supposed to take the sample when the patient is hypoglycemic and not on glucose.
Yeah, there's all those.
Then a second sample is meant to be taken to confirm it, and it wasn't sent to the Guildford, which would have sent it to Germany for mass spectrometry.
Oh, I thought they had the equipment in Guildford. Would they have had to send it?
No, I thought they had to send it to Germany for mass spectrometry.
Oh, I didn't realise that. I thought they had it in Guildford.
I may be wrong, Mark.
Either way, though, the principle still holds, doesn't it? 19.
Yeah.
That immunoassay, and the other factor is that Dr. ZA, who had sight of them at the time when it was happening, wasn't concerned about them. Basically, just filed it and didn't say to anybody, by the way, I think I know the baby's gone home and seems to be all right, but there was an attempted murder here that we luckily got away with and wasn't trouble.
Well, that was only when they were all discussing the term murder.
Precisely, it came in.
And she was on maternity leave, so that was the time that she could think it up. Yeah,
because it had been built up. It had been the intensity, the drama. Sorry.
With baby L specifically, the baby didn't even collapse.
No.
The only thing about it was there was a slightly low blood sugar level, but it wasn't even enough for the doctors to even mention it to the parents the following morning. No. And there was literally nothing wrong with the baby.
Well, it wasn't even the following morning, Melvyn. Those parents sat with the child all day whilst all this was going on.
Yeah.
And there's another point that Reflective's making here, which I know other people have made as well, which is a great point.
Yeah.
Wasn't baby L, you've made this point, Mervyn, I know you have, and I'm sure other people have. Baby L was looked after for months afterwards for an extended stay there.
Yeah.
So you've got this notion of attempted murders happening without any observable harm, really, and then deciding to spare the baby for months thereafter. It's just absurd. Yeah. It's all rubbish, all of it.
Totally
and just
ridiculous.
To address Lucy admitting to the poisoning, she didn't. What she said was, if the experts say that, then I have to go with the experts. Now, from my own nursing point of view, I don't work in diabetes, and I was always taught high insulin, low C-peptide is, synthetic insulin. And I was stuck on these two cases during the trial. And then I went to speak to some professors of diabetology and endocrinology, and they sat me down and said, no, it's not always the case because of X, Y, Z. It could be an insulinoma, blah, blah. And so I can understand why Lucy said, well, if the experts say that, that must be the case.
Yes. Yeah, she was straight down the line. And we've got this other, what was the thing about mouse antibodies that Stuart went into a lot, and other people have talked about these mouse antibodies, but I know we're going into the deep stuff here, but either way, there's just nothing there. It should never have got anywhere near it. And taking all the other cases away, let's just say there was only a baby FNL that the police were looking into. Do you think that would have reached a charge, let alone got to court? No way in hell, would it?
And I think one of those babies, the actual blood glucose was 999.9, and the manufacturer has said that is a default result when it's gone over the threshold.
Yes.
So that was the only blood glucose that was done for that child. Now everybody just dismisses it and said, oh, it's a false result. But was it a false result? Was it, showing that that child's, say the cutoff is 650. Now, if you reach 651, the machine will give an automatic default of 999.9. And I think it's Roche, the manufacturers actually said that themselves. So this child had been, one of the children, had been pumped with lots of dextrose and some of the parental nutrition as well can increase the energy, increase the insulin.
Yeah.
So was it a true result?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a true result.
No, I'm saying of the glucose.
Of the glucose, sorry. Yeah, I don't think any of it's reliable personally. Oh, I've got some other people to add. Carl's arriving now. Hi, Carl.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Hi.
Oh,
Good to see you there.
Good to see you.
How are you doing? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, good. I don't know what point you've come in, but we're discussing. We seem to be centering because there were some comments from somebody in the chat about the insulin aspect. But I think, as Tom has said, we shouldn't get derailed back into that too much, or totally back into that, because I think those arguments have been won already.
Yeah, I think the only thing to say about the insulin is Lucy said what any reasonable person would have said in court, that if I'm being told that this is the case, then I have nothing to counter it. She didn't have anything to counter because she hadn't analyzed the insulin results herself. So she couldn't really give any proper opinion. She could only trust the opinion of the experts. That's what
I agree.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. She's put in a false position, and as Tom Evans says here, he says you can't admit something that someone else. Sorry, you can't admit someone else did something. In other words, she's not admitting anything. She's just saying, well, if you say so, I can't tell you this didn't happen. I'm not the expert in incident.
Can I just say, I was listening to the Beverly Allitt interviews, and they're so different to the transcripts of the Letby interviews, where when it's put to Beverly Allitt about a child possibly being harmed, Beverly Allitt actually, from what I get, is she's being deceitful, and she's like, God, when I find out who's done it. So in other words, Beverly Allitt was prepared, was mentally prepared that someone had harmed a child. Whereas Letby, when told, did you accidentally give it insulin, and is it possible that another nurse accidentally gave it insulin? she actually said, no, that's not possible. She wouldn't throw another nurse under the bus.
Yes,
Mhm.
exactly. That's a great point. There's a plea from Tom here to say, can we go back to today's news, please? And in light of that, but just before that, Diana says about, why did they expect Lucy Letby to be an insulin expert? And of course, they shouldn't do, but they did nonetheless because it suited their purposes.
It was all a part of the court trickery, trying to get her to admit it.
That's 100% 19. I just want to bring Carl in because I'd love to know what you think about today's news about these no further charges on these the full file that was given over.
Well, I think I've said to you on live streams before that under no circumstances will they ever charge her with it, because they wouldn't want to go to court on those cases because it would expose the fact that it's a miscarriage of justice, because they would lose, because they know they would lose. And I can guarantee that, because they say that it's not met the threshold for evidence for them to pursue the case, but I guarantee that it's almost identical to the cases that she's already been put in prison for. They've got the same level of evidence, but yet for some reason this time round they've decided they can't charge her. Yet the first time round they could charge her with the 14 cases or 20 cases that they charged her with. Whatever, so it'd be interesting to see what they had. I don't know if Mark McDonald's able to get hold of what they had for the Liverpool Women's Hospital cases, but if he can, that would actually work towards her appeal, because if they've literally used the same type of evidence, but yet this time they've come to a different conclusion, it's them actually admitting that she's innocent for all the other cases.
Mervyn, what are you saying to that?
No, just I completely agree with Carl there, because they've said it didn't reach the threshold of evidence, and exactly. The first lot didn't reach any threshold of evidence. Sure,
but we're not in Kansas anymore. It's a new situation. And Jenny, what would you say about that in terms of what has gone before? Really, does it put a shadow on all that? It should do.
But I'm just trying to think of the babies that they were going to try and do it again. There were 2 babies with congenital non-life-threatening things that died, and they were trying to throw that on her. I don't know if that was revealed in that 150-page thing. I'm dying to know what was the baby that they were going to do for murder for her. I think there was one that they were going to do her for. If the CPS had actually agreed to the thing, but there were 2. They were trying to get her. The consultants wanted her responsible for 2 with a congenital issue.
That's right. It's their direction of travel is to prop up what's happened before. So they need to find more murders and crimes to prop up the nonsense that's happened before. But what I'm concerned about, really, well, all of it I'm concerned about, but what I understand thus far is that the preponderance of alleged crimes in this full file, which has been knocked back by the CPS, happened at Chester. So who is the expert that they are using for that?
I heard it was Sandy Bowen.
It could be Bowen. It could be Bowen. It's not Evans.
I heard the rumor, but I don't know if that's true or not.
It's not Evans, because he said, I've got nothing to do with this. These aren't mine. And I think he's taking some Schadenfreude in that these have got knocked back. That's my, and it's a bit of a wild card, but I think that's the kind of guy he is.
Yeah.
I mean, can I ask a question? Yeah. In the first trial, when the CPS came to the decision to have the retrial of baby K, I'm sure they said that it had been explained to the other families that the other babies didn't reach the threshold for the CPS. Now, if they didn't reach the threshold after the trial, how did they reach the threshold in the beginning, when it was a hung jury on them?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of anomalies in this case that don't make any sense. It's like they were making up as they went along.
Yeah,
that's what I feel like.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And what they could do then, they can't do now, because you can't. Post Shu Lee is a different world. It's a different world we're in. They can't do that. They can't pull that shit that they did then.
Oh, Shu Lee'd have a. Oh, he would relish to, or him and some of those people on the thing. They would just love to come back. They absolutely would love to do it.
And do you know? I think that even when Paul Hughes started this whole investigation into Liverpool Women's Hospital, it was a smokescreen, because he knew that people were going to come down hard on their original investigation. They needed something to deflect from the fact that it was an injustice, a miscarriage of justice, and they needed to prolong it as long as they can. It's like, I don't know how to describe it, but like if somebody's been stealing, embezzling from their company, they know they're going to get caught because eventually someone's going to do the accounts, but they find lots of different ways to distract people for as long as they can, just to preserve themselves for as long as they can. But they know eventually the shit is going to hit the fan. And this is the same thing. I think Paul Hughes knows the shit's going to hit the fan, and he was just trying to delay. He's trying to delay it for as long as he can, because he likes his lifestyle. He likes his promotion. He likes everything, but he's going to lose his promotion. He's going to lose his lifestyle. He's going to lose everything, but he needs to keep it going as long as he can.
Who was that, Carl?
Huh?
Hughes.
Paul Hughes. Paul Hughes, the head of the team.
If her conviction gets squashed, what happens to Cheshire Police?
They get investigated. It's not guaranteed, but I think there's a good chance they will get investigated over the way they've handled the case, because there are lots of things that they did which are against the procedures of a police investigation. There's just so much that went wrong in that case. Like they shouldn't have been led by the consultants. They were allowed the consultants to lead their investigation.
Not only that, Carl, they allowed the consultants to handle evidence and was investigating on their behalf.
Exactly. And they were the consultants were suspects. They should have treated them as suspects. They didn't treat them as suspects. The procedure is that you treat everybody at the hospital as a suspect.
Is it called TIEs or something? Trace, eliminate, examine, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and if not suspects, then witnesses. But what they actually turned out to be is co-investigators, and Evans was an investigator instead of a medical witness. They all joined the force. They all joined up with the fuzz and joined in with Hummingbird is what happened, and they shouldn't have done that. So they crossed every line.
It pollutes the evidence, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But can I just roll back a little?
Can you imagine if there was a true serial killer, and you're giving the notes out to anybody who could be the serial killer, and add and change things? It doesn't bear thinking about. No other crime that you can think of in healthcare do you have the accusers of a crime co-investigating with the police.
No, precisely. It's just
it would never happen here. Oh gosh, I just trying to think. No,
It's not a sterile investigation situation, is it really? You've just got everybody with a very strong agenda. Basically, those consultants were investigating for 2 years and persecuting, kind of investigating. And then the police just kind of bolt it on and say, this is our investigation. Now look what we did, let's make some jewelry to celebrate it, which is what they did when they did the jewelry thing. But
but there was some other news. I don't know if everybody saw the news yesterday about the child patients who were infected by dirty water.
Yes,
absolutely. That case?
Yeah,
it was from Sunday, actually. It was from Sunday.
Was
Yeah.
that Scotland?
Yeah.
It's the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Glasgow, Scotland. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean the headline actually says after 2 deaths, 84 seriously ill children, and 6 years of hospital contamination scandal, NHS finally admits child patients were infected by dirty water. And it literally mirrors what's happened in the Council of Chester.
It absolutely does. I did a video about it, and the time, the time sequence is not that far off. It's between the worst of these cases happened between 2016 and 2018. So it's like it kind of segues across, that kind of same time of period.
But
this was going on.
Another hospital trust who tried to cover it up. They tried, well, obviously for years they got away with covering it up, but finally, the cat's out of the bag and well, out of the hat, should I say, and they've had to admit that it was called these children got ill and some died because of the dirty water. But they could have easily, if they decided to accuse a nurse in this case, a nurse could have gone to prison.
If there was if there was one handy, they probably would have done it. And I'm really glad you brought that up, Carl, because Jenny mentioned to me that the word I had trouble pronouncing plus multiphilia at the end is the same,
multiphilia,
and that's the same thing that Shu Lee talked about with regard to one of the babies at Countess of Chester.
Baby eye, that it was cultured on it, and it brought it over from probably, I don't know if probably Liverpool. It probably got it at Liverpool. And it brought up, which, these big hospitals, you're going to get these nasty bugs because they treat a lot of nasty things there and stuff like that. So, it could have been Arrow Park, but it was the same bug that Shu Lee had mentioned that was missed during a surveillance. And that's what you do is if you have a baby that's transferring from one of these big university hospitals that would have a lot of these bugs, you're going to just culture the baby when it comes in just to make sure didn't bring in something from there. And they just ignored it. So.
Yes, I want to respect the chat as well. And also in the sense like Dominic Santini, that's fantastic, Jenny. But this thing about the plumber, and we're not really here to go over all the details of the case at the moment. But nonetheless, yes, these are shortcomings in the defence in the original trial. And I think we're all aware of those. But exactly the reason for it, I don't know.
I think the plumber was quite relevant.
He's totally relevant. Yeah. He's ideal for it. He's a professional witness, isn't he, as they call it?
But I'm just wondering whether this whole scandal in Scotland can be incorporated into the Lucy Letby case in terms of Mark McDonald's work. What he's doing.
I think it should do, Carl. I absolutely think it should do. I think that's why it was jumped on when it came out. Absolutely, I think it absolutely.
Because there's some parallels. There's some parallels between what happened in Council of Chester and what's happened in Scotland.
Well, there's also, I think, a case in London a few months ago with the Pseudomonas in the water that killed a baby.
Right. I mean, with the Scottish case, the situation was that there was a bit of a mix-up at the beginning where people thought that they built the hospital. I can't remember which way around it is now. They built the hospital near a wastewater plant, whereas it was the other way around. I think they built the wastewater plant near the hospital. Either way, they were too close together.
What's pertinent about the Scottish hospital water case is that they couldn't actually be certain. They just had to say, on the balance of probabilities.
That's right. But that's. Do you think, Mervyn, that's them? I mean, there's a whole bunch of lawyers behind these statements saying to what degree are we going to acknowledge culpability here, and it's like, well, maybe to a degree, but they kind of said yes and no at the same time.
Well, it just goes to show that there's no, these things aren't black and white. I mean, if they're accepting that they can't be 100% sure of the cause of death of those babies, why do they need to be 100% sure of the ones at the Countess of Chester?
Well, in the Scottish situation, it was older children generally, and it was mostly, and it was some adults like 30, 24-year-olds up to 73-year-olds, but there was some children getting leukemia treatment, so they were very vulnerable. And then they've got this
Ewing sarcoma, yeah.
wastewater, you know. Sorry.
And I think the reason they couldn't do a nurse because there was multiple units.
Yeah,
there was no one nurse.
Yeah.
You know, they couldn't
do it. It was too spread out, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was adults, there was older, geriatric, and yeah.
But I do believe in the Council of Chester there were some contaminations in other wards as well, and some people got sick in
the ward above as well, and the maternity unit.
The maternity unit, the delivery suite, wasn't it? I think. That's right.
And where do you think these babies came from?
That's exactly what we're talking about.
When in court, when Johnson said it was mainly in maternity, I almost wanted to say, yes, and where do you think these babies came from?
Yeah.
So it's just pediatrics on that first floor, and the maternity was, where were the babies being delivered at?
The maternity was adjacent to the neonatal unit.
What was above the neonatal unit? There was a unit above that.
Jenny, I remember back in 2023, people were talking about that there was a chest ward, an adult chest ward above there, but I don't know.
It wasn't pediatrics. It was an adult.
We've lost you a bit, 19. You've gone a bit quiet.
Sorry, it was an adult.
So it was a medical adult? Well,
kind of a chest ward.
MRSA, you're going to get Pseudomonas, you're going to get all the nasty.
Well, it was dripping through the ceiling.
Yeah.
They had to put like incontinent pads up there to catch it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, you got an adult floor above oh jeez.
Mervyn, just to go back to what you were saying about the cause of death. In sudden infant death syndrome, 50% of those babies, they never find a cause.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that extraordinary? That doesn't fit with Dowie Evans's world, in which you always know whether it's explainable or unexplainable, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And he knows within 10 minutes as well.
Or 10 minutes and a cup of tea. Yeah, that's right.
Cup of tea. Yeah, he knows within 10 minutes straight away.
He can do it. This is going to be this time next year. I think it's all going to be over. I think it's going to be over, but because the parents have to get justice for what happened to the babies in the hospital.
I think it won't be. It's going to take a while because she's going to have to go through the CCRC. The CCRC's got to then send it to the appeal court. I believe she was fast-tracked last time. I don't think she'll be fast-tracked this time.
Because there's too much evidence that she's innocent.
I'm not sure what you mean, 19, because this is the first time that she's been with the CCRC. So what is the fast-tracking element?
Well, no, her first appeal, two appeals were done exceedingly quickly.
Well, she hasn't had any appeals. She's only had leave to appeal denied, hasn't she?
Well, the leave to appeal then, Mark.
I'm not trying to be dogmatic. I'm not trying to be pedantic. But what I'm saying is that they had a CCR group of people. What are they, commissioners ready to go, didn't they? 19. They had it all ready to go.
I'm only saying this because Mark MacDonald himself said at the 19 Nurses Conference that it's going to take quite a long time. Now, the CCRC has to come to a decision whether they're going to send it to the appeal court. Now, look, that's taken already since last February. We're still waiting. Then, if they do send it, it's got to be scheduled for the appeal court.
Yes.
And we don't know what the schedule is. In her first two trials, when she asked for leave to appeal, I believe she was fast-tracked. As in, she got them very quickly, those hearings, where other people are waiting a year or more.
Did you think, in a cynical way, 19, that they answered quickly because they knew they were going to say no quickly? You know what I mean? They didn't need to wait for...
I think so, but I don't obviously know. the judges would disagree, wouldn't they? So once it's gone to the appeal court, then they have to squash the conviction, and then the Crown Prosecution Service has to decide if there's going to be a retrial. And then if there's a retrial, she might wait a year for the listing of that.
Look, I think we've heard, I think we've got the answer today about whether there'll be a retrial, because it doesn't meet the threshold.
Yeah,
because they've already declared that that if it goes to the Court of Appeal and they decide to go for a retrial, they haven't got anything. They haven't got anything.
I very much agree with you, Carl, because I just think this is the beginning of it all collapsing, really, and it can only do the same in the future because they know they can't stand it up.
And it's the CPS decision, isn't it, not the police's? Because the police will try and double down.
Well, there's not much the police can do, because unless they do another investigation, which could take years, because look how long it's just taken with the Liverpool Women's Hospital. So it could take years for them to launch another investigation to get new evidence, which won't exist, because we know they didn't even have anything in the first place.
So there's nothing new forever.
There's nothing new that they can get. There's nothing new they can get. They can only get lies. That's the only thing they can get new, is more lies. And it will get destroyed in court if they try what they tried before. If they get a new Dowie Evans, he will get humiliated in court.
Yeah.
You could fool me once, but you're not going to fool me twice.
I mean, Dowie Evans is a one-off. There isn't a new one. Nobody wants to take his place because they're burdened. They're burdened with the crap that he's done. They can't
use him again.
They can't use. Yeah, he's out of it. He's out of it.
He's soiled. He's soiled goods. He's in the dustbin.
I think Cheshire Police must, put their head in their hands every time he opens his mouth.
Oh, they do. We've been saying this for a long time.
Because he's the gift that keeps on giving.
They must be horrified every time he talks to the media.
Well, he was told not to speak about baby C anymore.
I'm gonna do a devil's advocate here now, and I don't like doing this. It hurts me to do it, but it's like he's their only way out to say it wasn't us, it's all him. Yeah. So it's like the worse he is when it comes to the crunch. When it comes to the crunch, they'll just say it wasn't us. We're not medical experts. It was this guy. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Because they've got to have an out somewhere,
Somebody's asking about why Thirlwell reports being delayed. Is it because she's expecting the CCRC?
It could be. I mean, the latest thing is Easter, isn't it? It's meant to be Easter.
Yeah.
But I think it's just going to, if the CCRC doesn't make a decision by Easter, she's just going to kick it down the road further. And it's going to be like November or something. She'll say in the autumn, I've had to delay it a bit further. Because the problem, I think it's like, I said that I've actually done a video, which I haven't put out yet. But the whole thing is like a chicken and egg situation. And it's about who blinks first. So far, the Cheshire Constabulary have blinked first. So it's now about who blinks second. Is it going to be the CCRC or Thirlwell? Because they don't want to be in a world where they're all contradicting each other. Because that's going to be a very bad world to be in. So if they, say for instance, if the Crown Prosecution Service had decided to charge Lucy Letby with the Liverpool Women's Hospital cases, but then later the CCRC said, well, actually, we're referring this to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal say she's innocent and exonerate her. Yeah. Then they can't possibly prosecute her so they had to let go of it. They had to let go of the Liverpool Women's. They had no choice because they couldn't. They could have hung on to it forever, but I think there's pressure on the CPS to come up with something, and it was like probably ministers or somebody was pushing them to make a decision because it's delaying everything else. Because if the CPS decide to charge her, if they decided to charge her, then they could have another trial, which could delay the appeal as well, because they would then have to see the outcome of the second trial and so on. But they couldn't. But the CPS couldn't afford another trial because they know they were going to lose, because they were doing the same case all over again, near enough, and they know this time people aren't stupid, so they were going to lose. So it's the same thing with Thirlwell and the CCRC. It's like, you know, if Thirlwell does a report and she's honest, she's going to talk about the fact that, you know, evidence has come up that wasn't presented in court. She's got to talk about the evidence that's come up that wasn't presented in court, which shows that Lucy Letby is innocent.
She needs to explain why they withheld stuff.
Yeah, she's got.
I mean, all those redacted things, and and someone put up. I think that the mom might have had. Parents may have had a condition, and she had them taken down. Why did she withhold information? I mean,
because that was private to the mother, I think.
I couldn't get Dr. Sorry, I couldn't get Dr. Murthy Salidi's witness statement.
I mean, you guys have paid for it. I mean, you guys have paid for this, and you're not allowed to see it. You know, I can see withholding personal information, but I'm reading stuff and I'm looking at, and it says, here's the evidence, the number, and I look it up and it doesn't exist. You know, why are they?
We're not paying for Thirlwell documents. They're free.
No, but you're paying.
She's saying as taxpayers.
We're paying for the Thirlwell inquiry. It's coming
out. Right, I get you.
You're allowed to see that. So.
I got an email from Thirlwell today basically telling me they're not going to correspond with me anymore.
You're stalking them, but
I haven't.
I just want to say, you know, with the police and these things that have been knocked back by the CPS, why would you start something that you can't finish? Why would you even put it out there? Does that show desperation? Does that show this, like Carl said, kicking it down the road idea? Or do they genuinely believe that the CPS would have said yes, you know?
I think in the beginning, because she was convicted, they had to have a public inquiry.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was talking about these extra charges that have been knocked back, really, in terms of why did they start that process? Why did they try to double down on it?
I think it was to shut the public up.
Shut us up. I think you're right.
Because when did they always said from the day one of the conviction, I think it was at the sentencing, they said that they were looking at 4,000 other cases, didn't they? Investigating.
What, 4,000?
Yes. Well, 4,000 babies, potential babies across the career, yeah.
From the 2012.
Yeah, 4,000 attempted murders, but yeah, potentially it's as wide as you wanted to make it. That's why
they charged them with 4,000.
Well, it's like, I mean, you know, that's where it becomes this absurd satirical world in which you go back when she's in like previous incarnations or something, back to the Victorian period, you know. So it's like they can do anything.
At a previous life, yeah.
And it's like, what's his name? David Davies said, what do they want to do? Kill, what is it? Lock her up after she, like, because her sentence is so long. Do they want to bury her under the prison?
Yeah.
Why
all right. Yeah. Well, that's right.
She's so far got whole life sentences. They're using taxpayers' money to continue the whole life sentences that are going to continue anyway.
Well, that's why the retrial should never have happened. Even with the Ian Brady and Myra Hindley, they were never charged with the last two children's deaths because it wasn't in the public interest, because they knew they were never getting out.
That's true, 19, but that retrial
you've got to look on it from, I know the families want justice, but the powers that be look on it from a financial point of view, don't they? So when somebody's got 14 whole life terms why would you spend X number of more million to give her another whole life term?
Because it's not going to change her life. She's still going to get the same thing. So it doesn't make any difference.
Can I say something? Because it begs the question about why they did do that then. Because
that was to shut people up.
Well,
we'd had
why
the
that
New
case?
York
Why that
round.
case? Why did they choose Ravi's case? Because it's to
he
do
was
with the apparent
only
witness, isn't it? It's to do with the witness to something happening, which is
because it literally was the only witness.
Yes, I think that's why.
The only case that had
and
legs.
It solidifies the other cases. His case solidifies everything else, because without his case, everything else is rubbish.
It's all a chess move. It's a strategy. They saw that as a massive nail in the coffin, that particular case, because it's,
and they sent him on the media tour. Straight after that, they sent him on a media tour talking about, what did he say? What was the famous phrase? This will live with me
in my nightmares forever. Yeah, in my nightmares.
Yeah, whatever, all that nonsense. And that's what it was all about, to give him that media tour that portrayed her as a monster, so the public wouldn't have any sympathy for her and they wouldn't actually scrutinize the case. They just accept that she's a serial killer and shut the hell up. That's
why hasn't he been charged for perjury?
Well,
because he's their guy. He's their guy. They can't do it. They can't do it.
Well, just remember this. I think it was probably about I've done 365 videos in the last few years, 18 months I've been doing this. Done 365 videos, right? And about my 10th video was a challenge for Ravi Jairam to come and sue me because I'm accusing him of perjury. I challenged him to come and sue me. I challenged Stephen Breary to come and sue me, and Dowie Evans to come and sue me, because I'm saying they lied in court, they committed perjury. And I've not had a knock on the door, I've not had a letter, I've not had the videos taken down, nothing, because they're liars. And they knew they were liars. And the thing is, it's now come out that they are liars. We now know, you can safely say it now, because the evidence is out there in the public domain that they are liars. Especially we know now, because you were talking about this earlier, with the whole what was it, what's the thing on the skin rashes,
the rashes, the pink on the blue, yeah.
And all that or was it the insulin, on the skin rashes that Ravi came up with, and then Evans claimed he had never.
It was baby A.
That's the rashes, yeah.
Rashes, that was skin rashes. So we know that Evans lied about it, because he claimed that he came up with it independently.
That's right. And we've got the situation now that Stuart did a video where it shows in this recently dropped document that the police themselves said they passed on Ravi's notes about the rashes to Evans at a certain point in time. So
we know Evans is a liar. He committed perjury. We know for a fact. We know for a fact he's committed perjury. We know for a fact that Ravi Jairam, because of the email, we know for a fact that Ravi Jairam's committed perjury. We knew that Ravi Jairam committed perjury long before, simply because which doctor, or what doctor would actually, so I don't want to say which doctor because it sounds big, but what doctor would actually sit on the fact that they witnessed a nurse harming a baby, sit on it for 2 years, go into a disciplinary, go to coroner's court, go to a whole load of different things over a 2-year period and not mention it to anyone, and then wait until 2 years later and then say, oh yeah, by the way, I just remembered I saw Lucy Letby harming this baby. It's just nonsense. I knew from day one this is absolute nonsense. And I did a video to say it was absolute nonsense. And then the email comes out and it proves it's absolute nonsense.
That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. I just want to bring Mervyn and Jenny in here and ask them, but do you think there's ever going to be any comeback on, in terms of charges now, criminal charges against people like Jairam or Evans? Do you think that's likely in the future?
It should, but I would imagine, once Lucy's exonerated, could she bring civil suit against him?
Well, that's a good.
I'm quite pessimistic. Nothing is going to happen to anyone, because nothing ever does happen to anyone. Everyone gets away with it.
Well, they did. Well, look at Hillsborough, though. They did actually start criminal cases against the police officers and quite a few people involved in Hillsborough.
But they were police officers, and doctors are above everything. Although
I think didn't they charge some of the medical people as well? some of the ambulance staff and stuff. Did they charge any of the ambulance staff in Hillsborough?
Not
I
sure.
don't know anything about that.
But they definitely charged some of the police officers. They had trials, then they all pretended to be really sick, and then
Ben
I think they
Myers
dropped all the
got
cases.
them off.
Sorry?
Oh, did he? Oh,
Yeah,
did he?
Ben
Yes,
Myers
he was involved in that trial. He was
Yeah,
involved
yeah.
with the Hillsborough, wasn't he?
Okay.
Well,
who's
who's been charged over the post office issue?
I think there is
Come on,
there is an
Still
there's supposed to be an
with
ongoing
the
investigation.
police are investigating.
There-
I think.
yeah.
Yeah.
There was an ongoing investigation to charge some people with criminal.
Yeah, I mean, by the time they get round to, perhaps charging, doing some sort of disciplinary action to JRM or Paul Hughes, they'll be long retired, probably dead of old age.
Well, that's another reason to delay everything as long as possible, in the hope that some of the people like Evans, pop their clogs or have dementia and are too sick to face the music.
I've been thinking along those lines, Carl, that they're trying to wait till Evans is unreachable in some way, that they can't, and then they can put it all on him without any comeback at all, and just say, well, it was just this guy, he was a rogue guy, and we trusted him, and we shouldn't have done. And then you get down the line, the chief executive of the chief constable of the area goes, we're going to learn some lessons here. This will never happen again. And then they'll do it again a few years down the line anyway to someone else.
When everyone's forgotten about it. Even though I don't think people will not forget about this case. I don't think they'll ever forget about this.
It should be
got a nurse in their family, right?
Carl.
Yeah. Everyone knows a nurse or has a nurse in their family. This may not be forget because everyone knows or has a nurse in their family, because nurses are very common. So,
Carl, what is a reasonable time for a police investigation before they charge? Look at the Birmingham nurse, 3 years.
I know.
One child supposed to be poisoning. They would have had the toxicology results within weeks.
Yeah, I don't think there is what's. I think the CPS have a target to have an investigation completed within a year. That's considered fair justice. But anything beyond the year is open to criticism, because it can take a year to do an investigation.
Because it was 2022 that this nurse in Birmingham was first arrested. And we're now 2026.
Yeah, I know.
And it's one allegation. At first it was 3, and now it's one of poisoning. I presume it's insulin. But whatever the poisoning, they would have had the toxicology results back within 6 weeks. So why the delay?
The reason I'll tell you exactly why, because I've done a speech about this in public about why they've delayed that case. The reason they've delayed that case is because of the Lucy Letby case. And the reason they have to delay the case is because it could open a can of worms in the Lucy Letby case. If they have this case and it starts getting compared with the Lucy Letby case, and it says botched, the investigation is as botched, and the allegations are as ridiculous as in the Lucy Letby case, then it can be used by Mark McDonald or the media or whoever to shine a light on the Lucy Letby case. Just like the deaths of those babies or those children in Scotland from the water poisoning, poisoning from the water, shines a light on the Lucy Letby case. So anything like that will shine, and they don't want that because, first of all, there's a good chance that this nurse will get exonerated, and they can't have this nurse getting exonerated on similar evidence to the Lucy Letby case, because again, that opens the door for Lucy Letby to be released, and it's just can't touch. It's a hot potato. That's what it is. It's a hot potato which they can't touch because they can't be seen to not do anything about it, because they've held this. They've had her under suspicion for 4 years. They've had her under suspicion, so they can't just suddenly say it's all over. We're going to send you back to work. You know, so they because she can sue them. She can
she's been suspended for 3 years.
Oh, 3 years, yeah. She can sue them. She can take them to a tribunal because it's unreasonable. It's like the whole thing's unreasonable.
There's a real kind of echo of this thing about this point with Lucy Letby, and they're discussing it at the Countess, where they're saying she could take unfair dismissal here. She could go do constructive dismissal. She could leave.
That's what they wanted.
Force us out. Yeah.
Well, I think they wanted her to just go to a different trust. That's what they wanted. And if she'd gone to another trust, they wouldn't have pursued it with the police. They would have just left it. But, you know, because the problem they had with her is she was a whistleblower. So she was pointing out all their mistakes, or not all, but she was pointing out some of their mistakes. So she was a troublemaker as far as they're concerned. And that made her a target. Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons they chose her, is because she was a whistleblower.
That's right. And can I just talk about a comment that's come up here from House of Dragon? I'm sorry I'm missing so many comments, and I remember the last Private Eye when Dr. Hammond says, you know, if you don't report at a certain time, well, we're going to look at the obstetric notes or something like that, and then we'll start doing articles again. So I'm this comment here is wondering whether they'll start covering it after Day's News. They might do, but there seemed to be this idea that Dr. Hammond said it's a lot to do with the obstetric notes as well. That's like the release of them in some way, as I remember from one of the last articles he did. In what he was saying, if the CCRC doesn't do anything by February, he's going to come back into the fray, you know.
I'm sure he's got contacts. I mean, and you know, these poor women, there might be something in there that obstetrically or their history that they don't want, you know what I mean, out there too. I mean, again, it's going to put these mothers on trial too. I mean, although they have to do it, again, it's sad. It's just sad. And it's the police's fault. It's the CPS's fault that they're doing this. I mean, it's like they're hanging these parents again too.
It is. It all comes back on them, and it's all to do with like saying Evans said no, we don't need any of that stuff, and they just say okay, then we don't need it.
Had they looked at these obstetric notes, had they just asked, all they would have had to have was a neonatal nurse on the thing too with the police. And again, they looked at the doctors. You know, nurses are so much lower than doctors. They just would have saved themselves so much had they just had although they did have one nurse, she was an adult nurse, and that bad nurse, unless she had said something to the police, this was all thing too.
They did have one, didn't they? They had one on the scene,
I'm an adult nurse too, and I could figure all this out. You know, I'd like to know what she said to them. Or did she just kind of go along with the thing?
I think she kind of went along with it. And the thing is...
Then she's not a nurse.
No.
She's a nurse in name only. She's not a nurse.
That's right, Jenny. For the police, though, the more streamlined it was, the better. It works better just to listen to Dowie Evans.
She needs to hang up her nurse.
Everything's great if you listen to Dowie Evans. You've got a fantastic case and we can work it all out. Why complicate it and actually get a range of experts? You know, that's their mindset, I think.
But I'm thinking, you know, those babies were hurt, you know, and those parents, it wasn't toward getting Lucy thing. If you're a nurse, those are your patients. You know, I'm still wondering I'd love to know who this nurse was that was on the police too. I mean, what
was she meant to be? Was she a neonatal nurse? Was she?
No, she was an adult nurse.
An adult nurse.
Again, an adult nurse could still figure this all out. So where was she advocating for the parents and the babies too? Like, no.
I'm not sure what her input was then, really.
Yeah.
Does anybody know, Mervyn or 19 or Carl? Do you know what her or Pat?
Sorry, I'm going to dip out. Cheers, guys.
Okay. Oh, nice to see you, Mervyn. Lovely to see you.
Nice to see you. Take care.
Thanks so much. I've got to go
soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've covered a lot of ground. I'll be back in a sec. If you can hold the fort.
Okay.
Now, Jenny, which nurse are you talking about?
There was a nurse that was employed by the police. That was on the police force. work
she
with
was
them.
an expert nurse, so I presume she was pediatric or neonatal.
No, that I read somewhere that she was an adult nurse. So, but is he an adult nurse could figure out that Evans was full of it too. I mean, I'm an adult nurse, and it was easy for me. Again, her patients were those babies that were murdered. You know what I mean? That's how the mindset. If she's a true blue nurse, her patients should have been those babies, and how she could not see through this too. And maybe she did. Maybe she was advocating, and they were just ignoring her. I hope she was. Otherwise,
No, I think I think she was a neonatal nurse,
okay,
because she said that, you know, with baby K, she said that it wasn't acceptable that Lucy stood there and did nothing. She should have action straight away.
you mean
Now,
baby K?
every
Oh,
new neonatal nurse that I've spoken to
yeah,
says that you wait for a second because the baby self-corrects.
right. And you don't want to stress them out if you don't have to. Just look and watch. Yeah. So again, who was this nurse that was the expert, and she wasn't putting the babies as her patients or thinking of them as you know, as part of it. So that's what a bad nurse. You know.
Well,
I
it's
can hear that.
difficult to know because you don't know what paper she was given to look at and what question she was asked to answer.
Yeah. But
That's
again, do you
right.
think she would? I would want to. Maybe that's me as a chart auditor. I would want to get into the weeds. I wouldn't do it unless I could get into the weeds. You know, I would. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I mean, the whole case just had such a bad, weird smell to it. You think she would have caught on? That's my point. You know.
But like I've said, you don't know what question she was asked. Was she given the full case notes? Was she just given part of things? Was she asked for an opinion?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're not sure what part she played, because in the Hummingbird video, they describe having a team of 8 or 9 experts on board already, almost before you get to the trial. But other people have said that it was just, and I think Chris was talking about this on Lucy Letby Analysis, it was just Evans up to a certain point. Then it's Evans and Bowen up to a certain point. Then it's these other people up to a certain point. So there's a kind of graduated stepping thing about who's in the room type of thing, you know, and at what point this nurse joins and where she is hierarchically in that group of people. Is that kind of what you're saying as well, Jenny? About the hierarchy of it?
Or again, but even the littlest of information.
Or 19,
the
sorry.
question: a serial killer in a neonatal nurse could do this in a busy neonatal intensive care? I mean, I'd love to know her brain. I just question how smart she is. You know.
She could have had views, and I think this is where 19's coming from. I think what 19's saying is it's like, well, they just ignore them, you know, or they don't ask her. She's not in. She doesn't get those memos. She's not invited to that bit of it. It's hard to know because they've got an agenda here to get the perp, haven't they? They've got the perp, and they get the perp, and that's what they want to do. I think anyway.
Yeah, but I mean.
So it says here that Michelle Walden had confirmed she was an adult nurse.
Okay. I'm sorry, what?
She was an adult nurse.
That's what I thought. She was an adult. She wasn't a pediatric. But I was an adult nurse too, and this was just easy to figure out. I mean,
but the difference is I'm not a neonatal nurse, and I wouldn't have known that you just observe first with the baby because they self-correct. In adult nursing, if somebody stops breathing, you action it straight away.
Correct, but I still would find me a neonatal nurse to ask. You know, I would just, maybe it's just me. I gotta get to something's just not right about this. I got to do my own investigating and stuff, or not want to be part of it. I just, as a nurse, it just, which
I agree with you, but this was the paid job, so she would have only been able to have answered the brief that was given.
Yeah.
And we don't know what that brief was.
And maybe she might be one of the whistleblowers too. So that would be wonderful if she is.
No,
So.
she came from like the National Crime Agency list of experts. She wouldn't have had anything to do with that unit or that hospital.
No. I mean, but she still might know something behind the scenes about the Operation Hummingbird to some degree. You'd think she would. Just again, you're not that you have allegiance to nurses, but you'd think she would think. Again, it had such a bad smell. I'm just wondering, how is she like Evans, a dumb nurse? Like he's a dumb doctor.
Well, I have to go now.
Thank you so much for taking part in tonight's live 19. Yeah, all the best.
Take care, everybody. Jenny, I'm not saying it to the two gentlemen because they've been up and running for ages, but your channel is brilliant. I've been watching it.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so is yours, Carl and Mark.
Well, they're my inspirations. So
anyway, I really do have to go. Take care.
All the best, 19. Thanks so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. I think we've talked about a lot of different things here today, and I think on balance, it's a really positive day for Lucy, for the truth, for justice.
And I think if you look at the fact that it's only what's the date today? The 20th, is it? The 20th of January. 20th of January. And we've had two big bombshells that will affect the Lucy Letby case. Obviously what's happened today, and also the Glasgow cases.
Yeah,
and it's only January. You remember last year? I think was the first bombshell the press conference.
December
in February.
Yeah, February. That was February. So this is January, and we've got this already.
This is so weird because I think the year before it was probably the New Yorker or something in 2023 or 2020 or 2024. I missed that 2024. Anyway, whenever the New Yorker came out, that was a massive.
I read it in May. I think it was May 2024. I read it.
Yeah, because you couldn't get hold of it for a while, but it's this kind of thing like a new year starting it, and we're a few steps up. We're a few steps up from the time before.
I'm feeling very positive. I think these two things that have happened are going to affect how quickly she gets referred to the Court of Appeal, because it just cranks up the pressure on the CCRC. These things, like obviously if she's not going to be charged with these other cases, then it puts a bit of suspicion on the cases she's been charged with. If they're going to spend all this money and all these resources and be so confident. Paul Hughes was giving press conferences all over the place saying, we're looking at all these other cases and blah, 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 blah. And making it seem like he had something solid.
They were grandstanding it. They were grandstanding the full file going to the CPS. In other words, it's like suck on this, ghouls and misfits. Yeah. This is what we're doing. We're in control of this, and it's gone nowhere. I suspect, Sorry, go ahead.
No, and apparently we're the noise, aren't we? We're the noise that's upsetting the parents. We're the noise upsetting the parents, yet they're the ones who knock on these parents' doors and say, oh, by the way, we think your child might have been unalived by this nurse. Yes. Give us 2 years to investigate it. Don't worry about it. I know it's going to cause you absolute mayhem and chaos in your life, but give us 2 years and then we'll come back to you and we'll tell you, oh, sorry, we got it wrong.
That's exactly it, Carl. I think it was before you came in, we were talking about that aspect, that those parents have been left with that now in perpetuity. They've been left with that. But the only thing that will change it is when Lucy Letby is exonerated, when they realise there were no crimes at all.
Can you
imagine all those parents, can you imagine all those parents? They're going to be so angry. They're going to turn on the CPS police. They're going to turn
as
on
they
them.
should, as they
They're going
should,
to really turn on them.
as they should, Carl.
Now, the question I have is that I'm assuming the parents where Lucy was convicted have had some sort of a settlement or something like that.
It's if they have had any through this kind of thing,
criminal compensation.
Criminal compensation. It would be very small amount, relatively.
And I know I'm so cynical, but do you think maybe the reason that they're not going to bring the thing is now is like, oh, all of a sudden, if we have to say that she murdered them, we're going to have to some degree compensate them for allowing a murderer to be on the thing. Do you think that might have had any play into it?
I'm not sure, but from my understanding, I don't know whether Carl knows more about this, but it's relatively small. The compensation compared to medical negligence compensation is
it's nothing like that.
It's like a shot glass compared to a VAT, you know.
The reason we don't hear from them, I think they had to, in order to get that, whatever that compensation was, they had to sign NDAs or.
That's a great question, because I've heard right from the get-go in 23 that NDAs were being put out. I'm not sure exactly the truth of that or not, but the parents were being advised not to speak.
I think it's awful if they sort of had to sign NDAs. I think that'd be awful.
I don't know if they had to sign it. What I understood at the time, people were saying that they were being advised to speak to nobody. In other words, it was kind of more like a soft power thing from the police to say, don't speak to anybody. You can't trust them. You can only trust us, Cheshire Police.
Do you think just how they twisted their brain? I mean, anyone going under trauma, they have a brain change, and it's just so easy to twist it. It's so cruel, absolutely cruel. I don't know if you guys know that I found Ravi's been, and I don't know how. It's been since the trials and stuff. He's been doing these Instagram things with the Birth Trauma Society, like live, like the people can type in and ask Ravi a question about a birth trauma issue.
Is that recent, Jenny? I thought I thought they'd cut him loose.
I know they did cut him loose, but they're still on Instagram.
Yeah,
doing it. I mean, that to me is just like, to me, he is. Out of all the, I know everyone says Brewery's the worst. No, Jerem to me is the scariest, because he also was Dr. Gilby, who's the one that took over from Ian Harvey or something.
Yes. Oh, it took over in Chambers.
He started the crying, and he got her convinced in 5 minutes that Lucy was guilty, and then she was part of him getting rid of all the people that in management that was pro Lucy.
They had to go. Harvey and Chambers had to go.
But Jerry used her to do it. And again, he was messing with the birth trauma people afterwards too. To me, he is the scariest out of all of them.
For you, Jenny, JRM's the scariest.
Yes, because he can use his empathic skills in a dark way.
And for you, Carl, is there a dominant figure for you in this?
I would agree. I would agree that Jairam to me
is the scariest.
And I've made him the target of a lot of my videos because of the performance he's given on camera.
How he's
as an actor and a former fraud investigator, I could see he was acting. It was quite obvious to me that he was acting. And but to do it like especially the ITV interview, we was just sitting in the chair in the middle of the room, and he was talking about how it's going to live in his nightmares for the rest of his life or whatever the nonsense
almost crying, and
it was so dramatic. It was ridiculous. It was, and I just thought, this guy, he wouldn't get an Oscar. In fact, one of the directors of the films and TV shows that I do would say, sorry, cut. Can we do that again, please? Let's make it more believable.
Let's do it again.
Make it more believable.
Yeah, and that's true. I mean, again, kind of not devil's advocate, but this idea that Breary, you got somebody who's a performer in this duo, but you've got this kind of dark, low level power behind it, who's doing the machination stuff, the drawer of doom stuff.
Yeah,
the Breary is a different energy. I mean, he's not a performing energy. Ravi Jayaram obviously is.
But Brewery bullies, but Ravi manipulates in one.
Yeah.
He's manipulated all these women.
He's a narcissist. He's a narcissist.
Oh no, he's a a dark empath, which is, there's a difference between a narcissist and he's worse.
Okay.
A dark empath. Look that up.
That's new to me.
Not heard of it before.
Yeah, that's a new term to me. What does that mean,
You
Jenny?
don't know what a dark? Okay, so
No, that's new to me. I haven't come across that.
A dark empath?
Yeah, I'd like to know what that means.
Okay, so you know what an empathic person is when you use empathy and you can talk to them and do it. Well, they understand how to manipulate you, and they use that empathetic skill and stuff to manipulate you. Or Brewery is bullying. He's not using mind games, but Jerem is able to understand what your weaknesses are and able to manipulate you and gaslight you in such a way. That is scary.
That's fascinating. I want to posit the idea that without Jayaram, Brewery couldn't have done this on his own.
Right.
But without Brewery, Jayaram couldn't have done it on his own.
Right.
Is that right? Maybe.
Yeah. Brewery is the sociopath or the psychopath.
Yeah, they were a good team.
There's a team.
They did, but they have two different things. One's the bully and the other one's the, oh, come here. Again, just the fact that he wormed his way into the birth trauma society. That is scary. And then I found another clip.
Sorry.
And within weeks of that famous police thing, was it in May? He was on ITV, their Good Morning Britain, talking about Charlie Gard. I don't know if you guys know the Charlie Gard.
Yes, to get therapy in America, wasn't it?
Yeah, but within weeks he was using Charlie Gard as a way, and I think that was right after the RCPCH was becoming aware, and they went to the cops. Within weeks, he was on national TV talking about Charlie Gard and being so empathetic about the plight of Charlie Gard. That is freaking scary to me. Yeah.
It is. He is somebody that's got a lot of causes behind him because he's fundamentally a media creature. He wanted to be a media, celebrity, shall we say?
And we still know the background of Brewery. Wasn't he? He was in the military.
We trained as an engineer originally.
He trained as an engineer, and then he
trained as an engineer, and then he moved over to medicine.
I think he took it maybe advantage, like what we would call it the GI Bill here, where if you do some military things, you're rewarded by they pay for some of your university. That's my take on it, but I could be wrong.
I haven't heard that he's got a military connection. I know that he's got an engineering background and then moved into medicine. But
yeah. I thought he was in the military, or
he could be. Not that I've heard of, but maybe he is. But then you've got these more shadowy figures like Dr. B, and nobody talks about Dr. Well, some people talk about Dr. B, but maybe not enough. And we're looking at 2014. We're looking at Baby Noah. We're looking at maybe a reason why to target Lucy Letby because of that happening. But...
And the whole thing about that baby being intubated, I don't know if I can kind of figure out a little bit of the story.
Yeah.
It needed to be transferred to either Alder Hay Hospital for surgery for neck.
Yeah.
And it was having lung issues. And, when you transport a baby, you got to make sure their airway is good. And that's why they electively intubate some of these babies because, in transport, they're in a kind of a hermetically sealed incubator situation and you can't be dealing with them. So they intubate them at first. So, I mean, it should have waited till that transport team got there and intubated the baby. But
right, again, with people with better skills and
with better skills because
and they trusted the machine, what the machines were telling them as well,
Yeah, so they trusted her to do that. And there were so many mistakes with that. You think that lessons learned, but
But this goes to the point. I don't know what you think, Carl and Jenny. Do they hit the ground running in June 2015 from nowhere, or is there something built up about Lucy Letby prior to that? In terms of the attitude of the consultants building. We don't want this person person in our unit anymore.
Well, I can remember. I don't know if it was in the Thirlwell inquiry, but somewhere I remember reading that she would often she was the only nurse who would challenge the doctors or the consultants regarding their treatment of or their what would you call it the treatment they gave the babies.
Yeah,
And,
the treatment and procedures.
Or
Yeah,
lack
so
thereof.
so I think by doing that, I think she just put a target on herself because they were already annoyed with her, and then this was happening. You know, babies were dying, and maybe the management, like, you know, wanted to know why are all these babies dying, and they needed to come up with an answer. And maybe Brewery just thought, well, this girl's annoying. Why don't we just blame her? That will shut her up. Maybe it was just come to shut her up.
She was the main witness, and she knew what the hell went on with baby A. You know, baby A, those twins, that the obstetric history, that was a big screw up. And I don't know if you guys know this, but a few months before baby A, there was an HIE baby. You know, that's the brain damaged baby. Ravi had to cool it and transfer it because it was a birth injury that wasn't getting oxygen, and that was in April. And he was the guy to cool it. And they had to transfer it, and that poor baby died within a day. There was speculation because they talked in some of these meetings that the executives were saying, "Oh, we're expecting an incoming the parents to ask for compensation or something like that, and we think it's that baby too." So did Ravi cool? Well, if he couldn't figure out how to put how to count ribs or literally count ribs and how to put a chest tube in, do you think he could cool a brain of a baby? So, so there's some interesting unindicted babies. There was a Down syndrome baby that they put in a UAC line or umbilical arterial line in and screwed up the blood to that baby's leg, and it died.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's interesting unindicted babies.
Absolutely, Jenny. This is where you've been looking, and this is where we need to look on the things that are in shadow, the babies that are not on the indictment. But
maybe that I'll talk about the unindicted babies in some of my future videos.
Yeah, I think that's really important to do, and in conjunction with that, and I put a post up about getting some more information from Michelle Ward and what was going on in the network at the time. So. It's not just about the hospital, it's about the network within the network, the satellite hospitals within the network, the 3, 2 and 1 level hospitals, and it's about the pressures being put on the network from outside, particularly from North Wales. And I think there's a story there as well. You know, that's we're kind of building it incrementally.
Isn't Anouk Curry looking into that or something?
Well, yeah, I sent the information to her, and I sent it to Mark McDonald as well, and he it's okay for me to say, he wrote back to me. He said he found that very good, very strong piece of information. The particular thing was a 20% increase in births from mums residing in Wales but having their birth in the Countess of Chester Hospital during the indictment period. A 20% increase, and that's 20% of 600. So it's 122 babies extra in that indictment period time. So that's significant. And then we need to try to drill into that, what level of care those babies required. And that's why those other FOIs are about Welsh hospitals sending level 3 needing care babies to Countess of Chester.
And you know, the in South Wales, no, it wasn't part of the transport thing, but was it what's the capital of Wales? It's in the
Cardiff.
Cardiff. That hospital had you know, was it Pseudomonas or some other bug in its neonatal unit, and it had to periodically shut down too. So that would have put more pressure on, you know, we can't send them south. If we you know, if we can't send them to Liverpool, can we send them south? Well, they couldn't send them south either.
Well, this is something Michelle told me today the other day when I've only just put it up on post, is that there wasn't really a kind of north-south thing going on in Wales. The babies from South Wales would be pushed into Bristol for higher level care. The babies in North Wales would go eastwards into England, into Liverpool and Merseyside network. And so that's all going on. So it's kind of incrementally trying to build up the picture about what's different about 2015 and 2016. That's the story.
Something that went on in the Welsh NHS, because I know that's the Welsh NHS is kind of
Yeah,
separated?
it's a separate budget, completely separate budgets. Out of and the thing that Michelle says is that Wales can buy places in English hospitals for babies to be born and treated.
Right. And
England doesn't and can't or doesn't buy, but doesn't get funding for treatment in Wales. So Michelle Warden said there was a case of a baby that should have gone to the best place was at a particular point in time because of lack of capacity in Cheshire, should have gone to Glen Clwyd, but there wasn't that agreement to have funding to buy a place for a baby at a higher level unit in Wales from England.
And can I assume that Wales is, it's maybe it's a poorer, or maybe it's not as well funded?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I've lived in Wales. It's as variable as England is, because the Cheshire and Carl, you know, like the Liverpool area, it's got richer areas, got poorer areas. There's all kinds of all range, isn't there?
Yeah, there is.
But the Wales NHS is not like, it doesn't have as much. There is no difference between.
Well, I'll tell you something about the Welsh NHS. Nobody in Wales has to pay for any prescriptions. That's a big difference.
They get free prescriptions. Their students get free education, free grants for university and stuff like that.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah.
But it has got problems, and the Betsy Cadwallader Health Board, which is this North Wales Health Board, was put in special measures in 2015.
What special measures mean?
Special measures means you're failing.
Okay.
And the reasons that it was put in special measures was to do with levels of care, levels of staffing, confidence in the care, etc. There's a whole range of
okay, so if it's put in special, whatever that is, do you think maybe moms then think, okay, if it's special thing, maybe I'll go to England to deliver?
Absolutely. And then we're looking at this 20% increase.
And it could be like, because they wanted to go to England instead of that could be a possibility.
I think so. I mean, already as a baseline, you've got 600 mums residing in Wales, giving birth in the counties of Chester in England. Then you get this uptick. In the indictment period of 20%. Something's going on there, while whatever's going on in Wales is going on.
And there wasn't any big population shift or anything like that.
No. What you have got is the neonatal provision all changing, all being up in the air. And as Michelle corrected me, they weren't level 3 units. It was a level 2 plus and a level 2 that went down to a 0 to a 1. In other words,
they were in flux too. Yeah,
they were more than in flux. So they're in special measures. And they've got a decrease of capacity essentially,
and they want to keep their nose clean. So maybe they're kind of encouraging mothers to go and deliver and deliver in England, so we can kind of calm things down or something.
Absolutely, Jenny. Which is why I'm putting FOIs into the transport unit to find out how many transport cases, and that's what we're trying to build a picture.
During the exact time they're trying to redo the whole network, and then it's just a perfect storm.
I put a link to the white paper that Michelle Warden sent me.
Yeah, I saw. Okay, I saw that.
There's a link to that, which goes back to 2003, which is what that's doing is changing this whole idea of consolidating the network so that. She says, County to Chester used to take babies at every gestation. You've got to consolidate it and move it all into like very specific level 3 areas, LWH and AP, and for surgical older hay. So it's all about consolidating areas.
But if they could handle babies that well back then, why couldn't they handle? If they could take everything, if the County to Chester essentially pretty much took everything except for some certain surgery and stuff like that. And Jerem and Brewery was working back then.
I'm not sure if what did they have then? They had, They had, but other neonatal nurse, what do they call them? Nurse practitioners.
Advanced nurse practitioners, which she was. Oh God!
And they had other stuff as well. Michelle Warden, in one of the interviews she does, whether it's with Stuart or with
when their first year GPs, they were pediatric trainees too.
Exactly. They didn't have GP trainees. They had pediatric trainees. It was a different world back then. Yeah.
So Brewery and JRM could be lazy back then, and they just continued their lazy, to some degree, their laziness, and let the other staff do it.
Sorry,
you know
Carl.
I would never call JRM lazy. I would never call him lazy because he was very busy in the ITV studios. He was extremely
but lazy in his practice, so far as doing what his main job.
Yeah. He neglected his actual real job.
Okay.
He neglected his job, but he was very busy and working very hard for ITV.
Well, that's absolutely right. It's almost as though his medical career is a bolt-on, and a means by which he creates a celebrity career, because he's given the opportunity to go onto the One Show and Good Morning Britain because he's a doctor, but he doesn't have to be there that much. And then he can be with Holly Willoughby on the show, you know. And so that's what's going on. And I can't access it now, but if you looked at one point in time in 2015 on his Facebook, you could go by the dates. He's not there. He's not at the hospital. He's appearing because he's doing this TV show called Born Naughty. He's looking at an award for that, and he's going to this studio. That what you're saying, Carl? The One Show, all this malarkey, you know.
Well, how did he work full time then?
He couldn't have done. He couldn't have done. And he's like you said earlier, Jenny. He's the lead. He's the pediatric lead, isn't he? And
he's stupid. The man literally. Okay, so when you put a chest tube in, you count it. You go intercostal. Those are the spaces in between the ribs. You go and you put it in the 5th intercostal space. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and put it in. For baby H, he couldn't figure out where to put the damn chest tube. This is so basic. I mean, what a really dumb doctor. An absolutely stupid doctor.
At that point that you're describing there, he's got 27 years, best part of 30 years on the job there.
Yes. And
so what's happened before that?
Again, there had to be signs that both of them were stupid. I mean, just plain stupid. Where were the executives oversee or the medical director? There had to have been signs. You just don't become that stupid. You've always been that stupid.
Yeah,
well, there has been signs.
That's right. With baby K, he hasn't decided that particular night not to understand how to do the resuscitation and the capnograph.
He didn't understand a neopuff, something that nurses taught. That bagging thing. He didn't realize that didn't give high pressures. It only gives us low pressure. He didn't understand the pressure of a basic bag. That is stupid.
Is it fair to say, Jenny, Carl, and Chat, that he never understood it then? If he didn't understand it that night, he's never understood it then in 25 years. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, I agree. But then you've got to kind of criticize the NHS Trust to allow him to continue practicing for so long.
Yes.
Without not being able to do some of the most basic things. And that's what happens, because I've seen it when I was a fraud officer. There were some people who were just incompetent from day one and were allowed to just continue, doing the job for decades in that level of incompetence.
And he was phoning it in. I mean, maybe Rochelle Warden was, oh God, that so many babies would have survived if she had been allowed, and the other one too. And they got rid of registered nurses and then brought in nursery nurses. And I'm not trying to downgrade nursery nurses too, but they only have a few weeks of training versus years of training.
But they have their role, like Michelle Warden said. They've got a definite role, but it's not to replace nurses, is it? It's not to replace nurses. It's to be,
it's to be an adjunct, and a wonderful one too. And they are wonderful.
Yeah.
No, we would call them nursing aides here, but some of them, I would trust them over some nurses. Some of their judgments are wonderful and stuff like that too, but they still don't have the book knowledge and stuff like that too. But still, to go, it's not like they just slowly did it. They went bam like that.
Yeah.
dangerous.
They
Absolutely.
did. They did. That's exactly what they did. And the justification they used, we're not an ostensible level 3 unit anymore. And this is what Michelle Warden talks about. But nonetheless, they are taking babies that need level 3 care. Nonetheless, so they're kind of doing the same job and a lot of the same job. And I think, and this is why personally my focus is on what's happening different in 2015 and 2016 within the, and I know you're doing the same, Jenny, within the network and pressures from without.
It was a perfect storm. My thing is a perfect storm. They also didn't have a Shu Lee to figure out the logistics of a wide transport. They didn't have a logistics person, is what my guess is. Yeah, they had a neonatologist figure out certain things, but you got to be like an air traffic can have the mind of an air traffic controller. Shu Lee would have that ability. He didn't have someone that would have an air traffic control kind of situation. Yeah, they can figure out a lot of the medical and procedural things and make sure that, the ambulance and this is correct, but they didn't have the logistics of that.
And even if they did have the logistics of the transport, if the capacity isn't there in terms of Arrow Park,
yeah.
And what really concerns me is that Arrow Park, as a level 3 unit, took no level 3 babies from North Wales in the full 2 years of 2015 and 2016, even though there was a lot of reporting at that time and before that time that was the designated hospital. So what was going on there?
And they had, due to whatever the regulations were, they were supposed to have more cribs. They had less, or cots, I should say. Less cots than they were supposed to have too. And then they had, oh my God, look at the CQC reports of Arrow Park around 2014, 2015, 2016. It makes the counter of Chester look like it's pristine. All the issues they had.
Indeed, I've sent an FOI to Arrow Park and I've asked them very specifically. We understand that babies from North Wales were meant to be as a new proposal. That was the words used in the Welsh Parliament. Were meant to be sent to Arrow Park in 2015, 2016, and I understand that no babies were sent there. Can you explain why that was? That's what I'm asking them. So we'll see what they say.
And there was probably, I suspect, a backup at Alderhay. Alderhay.
That's the surgical. That's the more surgical.
Think of that as surgical, and Liverpool as the medical. Well, the transport team has to hold on to that baby until it can get into that OR. Someone's got to watch it as an intensive care situation. Well, that surgery, those technicians and nurses were in there. They went to the CQC and basically said, we're being bullied. We're expected to do procedures that we're not qualified for. Equipment was malfunctioning. So there was a whole problem with Alderhay surgical thing too. Around this time.
Right.
So again, perfect storm. So, and again, if you're a transport team and you've got to get that baby into the thing, and you may have to hold on to this for several hours because, again, a surgical thing has to be run like a train station too. Boom, 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 boom. And if there's a backup, like there probably was, they're holding on to these people. So again, that whole transport team can't go and pick up that baby from wherever it needs to go. The whole logistics of this was just unbelievable.
And do you think the result of that is that, as a rule, and we haven't even touched upon multiples yet, but as a rule, babies are getting stuck at the counters of Chester Hospital. They're getting stuck there with no transport to go there or no capacity to go to the level 3 unit.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference. Severely sick child that it was not part of the indictment. But I mean, it came in. The mom came in very infected. She had a hidden pregnancy, and probably had waters broke a long time. So her and the baby were severely infected. And this baby, I mean, they were throwing everything at it. And it was supposed to pick up in 4 hours. It didn't show up for like 10 to 12 hours. So 8 hours. They had 8 more hours. They had to throw in the baby. And then what was another one? One of the baby eyes, it got so septic. it had to go on not one but two massive intensive care drip drugs that you would use to, as someone who was losing their blood pressure, to hold on to blood pressure. They called Alderhay, and I think it was maybe Dr. B. One of them called Alderhay, and they said, "No, you sent this baby before for neck, and it wasn't neck, so it's not neck." So cold call Liverpool for medical advice, as they should. They called medical advice, and Yoxel didn't call back for 7 hours. It was on something called dobutamine and dopamine. Holy shit! I should have a video on that one.
Yeah, you should.
That is holy shit level.
Holy
shit level, man.
You're focusing on why were they where they were at that time, and
and they were stuck there.
With those babies,
and Dr. B did try. I mean, we will give Dr. B things. She was doing everything she could, from what I can tell, and they weren't. The whole thing was set up that, okay, I have an issue here. I can call Liverpool for advice over the phone. They didn't answer all the time. They weren't available to give Countess of Chester advice when it needed it.
I think, and you've got this. Would it be right to say that if this hadn't happened in 2015, 2016, and the Countess of Chester stayed at a level 2 in quotes, it could happen in 2016/2017 or 2017/2018? It was all about, it was going to happen at some point.
Yeah, at some point, all the
ducks, everything was gonna.
It really is truly a perfect story in my
line up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's this thing. It's that thing. It's this. It's a Pseudomonas. It's this. It's that. The budget cuts, everything, and America budget cuts too. And we do cut nurses. We go through periodically. They try to get rid of as many of the experienced nurses because we earn more per hour. So they called nurses here in America because labor costs are the single most expensive thing in a medical. So they didn't do it. They did it just to cull their labor costs and stuff.
They did, but the fake story they're telling is that everything's running on a very observable, like 2 to 3 deaths a year. Oh my God, what's happened here? It can only be explained by a serial killer, but that's just utter rubbish, isn't it? And that's what
they hadn't kept up with the building. And we have hospitals here in America too. If you don't keep up with the building structure, these hospitals are eventually being closed because they can't. There's no money to rebuild this hospital. You know, they have to. Hospitals have self-fund themselves to some degree. You get some federal funding and stuff like that too. So if you don't keep up, again, it's like your house. You don't keep up with it. Well, what are you going to expect? Something's going to happen. And at that same time, then it was the transport thing and this and that, and it just all came together.
You're absolutely right, Jenny. And another signifier of that is this absolute, this desire that they're raising money from the public, outside of the purse that comes from the government to the NHS to get out of there, to get out of that unit, to construct something else, isn't it?
Yeah, and another thing
to escape,
what I'm reading, the NHS again, you were forcing the NHS to take on a lot of American stuff. Well, you're not built for that, okay? You can't. And we're two different kind of things. And also, they were expecting the Countess of Chester to punch above their weight. Okay,
yeah.
They didn't have the capacity to punch above their weight and all the stuff. They were having to put all this money into being what they would call a stroke center, meaning if you're going to be a stroke center, you have to have a top of the line A&E, you have to have a top of the line neurology, you have to have top of the line intensive care and an OR. So all that money was being put into that. Well, there was no money left over for pediatrics.
There wasn't, and the infrastructure wasn't there for it. The physical infrastructure was. Yeah. It couldn't work with that plumbing system, basically.
Yeah, and they were putting money into bariatrics.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's important, but again, they weren't. They were putting money into the adult, and they forgot they had kids.
But you found out something else about Liverpool Women's Hospital, Jenny. Didn't you find out that they were paying out a lot of money? Is that right?
Yes, I'm thinking it was, and it was in, I forgot where I found it. I'm thinking it was almost a fifth of their budget, but I could be wrong. Paying out just compensations, and that might not be for babies. They had screwed up on a woman that they were doing a hysterectomy and they nicked her bowel. Oh, jeez! And the woman almost died, I think. So there was some shit going on there too.
That's right. I want to go back to this FOI response, which is the 1818 neonatal medical negligence claims that are open from 2024, still open. Now, yes, they can go back years. I know that, but what are they about, and what period do they apply to?
And you don't know
if
it's
2015, 2016.
Gynecological. You don't know if it's obstetrics, because they do gynecological.
No, I do. No. I absolutely know it's neonatal because. Because this is the story, right? Because they gave it a different code. They used to put medical negligence cases under all the code of obstetrics, but only from a certain date they put it under its own separate code, which is medical negligence cases related to the neonatal unit. So in the FOI from 2024, there are 18 outstanding cases specifically to do with that unit, but obviously going back in time,
This is post Yaxel, because he left in 2021. So that that unit's having.
Sorry, I'm not talking about Liverpool. I'm talking about Countess of Chester.
Oh, Countess of Chester.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about Countess of Chester neonatal unit that has got 18 from 2024. 18 medical negligence cases outstanding in 2024 with that code, with a specific code of neonatal.
But we don't know how old these cases are.
We don't know how old they are. They can be multiple years old, but they are still outstanding. 18 of them.
But if they're outstanding, and how long have they been downgraded now?
Well, they were downgraded in 2020, 2016. Sorry, 2025. I got that information.
But. So some of these cases could be from when after Lucy left.
I don't know the range of time that they might go back to, because they fight these things because there's a lot of money involved, obviously. But
they fighted for that many years.
I don't know.
2017, wasn't it downgraded? Was that
2016? July 2016.
I can't imagine it would be 10 years. Jeez.
This is the thing, like Carl as well, follow the money, isn't it? Isn't this a rule of life? Isn't this a rule of thumb? Follow the money.
Oh yeah,
the money all the time.
I mean, as a fraud investigator, that was the rule. Always follow the money. It will tell you the truth. It will reveal what's going on.
That's what we're talking about. That's. I remember talking with my friend at the time back in 2023, and I was thinking. I did these videos called like Follow the Money, and that's what I'm thinking, because it's about the neonatal network, not just in that area, but the whole of Great Britain. This knock-on domino effect that could come. But once Lucy Letby's exonerated, that's opening that all up.
I just want to read this that I just on the in the one of the Lucy Letby groups. Samantha Longhurst has reposted. I think it must be from Twitter, that Peter Elston has put on Twitter, in light of today's CPS announcement that it will not bring any more charges against Lucy Letby, I have renewed my complaint to the BBC. See below.
Great. Good on Peter. Yeah, fantastic.
About the statistics. You mean about that panorama thing?
Well, no, the BBC Panorama.
BBC Panorama, the first panorama.
About Letby broadcast last August, irresponsibly and incorrectly presented Bill Yaxell's extubation evidence that was part of Cheshire Police's charging request as sound. If this was true, the CPS UK would have brought charges. They didn't. I invite you also to submit a complaint to the BBC.
That's fantastic. Well done, Peter Elston. He's on that because he's a statistician, he's a genius, and he says, well, you should never have even gone there with that. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, and statisticians. Oh my God. Don't mess with a statistician. A good one. Don't.
Well, no, I mean, look at Professor Hutt and Professor Gill.
When they sink their teeth into something, they do not let go, as they should. Yeah. I mean, because math to them is their craft. So yeah,
it kind of, and it's the same with like Peter Elston. It kind of you can feel it insults their intelligence. That
Yes,
people,
like Lee, that
people
insulted
are,
intelligence that they took
yeah,
his paper.
they look at that, you know, Richard, Professor Gill, Peter Alston, Professor Hutton looks at that thing that was produced to the court, that thing with all the X's down, and they think, I'm not having that. I'm not accepting any of that rubbish. It insults their profession, doesn't it?
It insults their intelligence.
Yeah.
And there used to be, they didn't get where they were if they weren't a fighter in the best way. That personality doesn't leave them. So again, good for them. Oh, it just tells you how stupid Ravi was to think he could play in the sand with this guy, or even Evans to think that they could play in the sand with Shuli. Sandbox.
They've been used to it all their lives, of being listened to and being thought of the smartest person in the room. And suddenly they're not the smartest person in the room. They're the dumbest person in the room.
And didn't you say like Jerem went to a private school?
He went to a private school with Matthew Hancock, who ended up as the health secretary of the government in England. Yeah.
So he may have been to some degree pampered as a kid too, or
I don't know. I don't know his background. I'm sure he was like, you know, I'm not saying he's a stupid person per se, but he's an arrogant person, and it's almost
he's stupid.
Well, okay, I'll defer to that.
Yeah. No, he's stupid. Anyone who can't figure out fifth intercostal space, again, and in fact, and anyone who he read that paper, you can easily see they're talking arterial, and that air embolism that Lucy supposedly did was venous. That is
yes.
If I could kind of figure out this paper, they couldn't figure it out.
Well, how do you explain that he made that quote unquote mistake about that paper? Then Evans made that mistake. Then the whole justice system went on board with that mistake.
They didn't know how to read a paper, probably a good research paper. And again, they just started thinking, oh, no one's gonna question me.
It's so dumb, isn't it? Because they picked out a bit of it talking about a pink flitting rash on a cyanose background, and they've copied and pasted it onto something else.
Exactly.
It's just madness.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
They didn't understand it. I can guarantee you they probably didn't understand it because both of them are just stupid. I mean, stupid.
And I get that, but the thing that's even more striking to me is that nothing stops them. Nothing gets in their way to say.
Well, now they're stopped. Exactly.
Yeah, now they're stopped. Now they're stopped. But Lucy Letby's in prison.
People like that, eventually, it does catch up to them. Yeah. But in the end, come on, they're looking at people now, and they're looking at, and they know that person is looking at them like, you're a dumb shit.
Well, unless you're Dowie Evans, you say, well, he got his facts wrong. Never get your facts wrong. Never get your facts wrong.
Yeah, but people aren't sucking up to him anymore. He may not really. He needs people to suck up to him, and he needs people to think of him. If he would go for a coffee at his local coffee shop, nurses aren't going to look at him like, they're going to be kind of giving them the little thing. People are not going to look at him as if he's a doctor anymore.
Everybody knows that Evans
is a dumb kid.
Well, they know it, but they need him. Cheshire Police. This is what the position that Cheshire Police are in. They need people still to believe in Dowie Evans, because if they don't believe in Dowie Evans, they can't believe in Cheshire Police. They can't believe in the justice system.
Schadenfreude.
Yeah. Well, the Schadenfreude of Evans, when these cases didn't go through, I might be off base by a country mile, but I feel there could be something there. Oh, well, they didn't get those through, but they got mine through, because, mind you, he's put 25 other cases their way, maybe even 50, and they've ghosted him. They've ghosted Evans for years.
And again, and when I've looked at that leaked document thing, I'm looking at what he's telling. Oh my God, he is so stupid. The man is just an idiot. How he even passed medical school, I don't know. The stuff that he is giving giving the information he's feeding to the detectives. He absolute idiot. I am sitting here laughing at it. It is so bad.
It is bad. It is bad, and I don't know about you, Carl, because I mean, I'm assuming you don't have like a medical background, medical knowledge. I don't have any at all. I intuitively felt there was something wrong with Evans from the first time I heard him speak.
Oh,
I don't know about you.
Oh yeah.
Well, no. I tell you why. The reason I did my very, very first video about Lucy Letby was because I saw an interview that he gave where he said that babies don't suddenly crash, like premature babies don't suddenly crash. And I thought, this is an absolute lie, because
I remember that first video you did, because you talked about your own experience of.
Yeah, my daughter was in special care in the neonatal ward, and I saw babies crash suddenly. I saw parents who were really happy with at their baby's side, in the same room as my daughter, and I saw these babies crash. So that just from that point onwards, I just knew it was a liar, and I had to make a video.
Yes, I remember that first video.
Why did the cops fall for him? That's what gets me is
I don't get it. Doesn't
okay, good.
He told him it was his kind of case, and it was everything else fell into place. I've got to go to the loo in a minute, but Chris, lovely to see you.
How are we doing, friends?
Hi, Chris.
Fantastic, nice to see you. I think it's a really good day.
It's a good day today.
Back in a sec.
I'm glad I'm able to join. I was just recording something for tomorrow,
good.
so I just finished. So
yeah,
all I've done, I ain't even eaten anything today. All I've done is like answer messages and like look, be happy. I suppose happier about the situation.
Yeah. It's been good news day, hasn't it? It's been a good news day.
I mean, I didn't think they would charge her, but what I was more concerned about was that they would leave this hanging over her head for a very long time.
That's what I thought. I thought this is what they were just going to let it go through the whole of 2026 without it being resolved.
Yeah, I thought that was quite possible.
But I think some pressure must have been applied to either the CPS. Well, it must have been applied to the CPS to make a decision, because they announced when they handed the case over to the CPS, or the evidence over to the CPS, or a file. They said they handed a dossier or something to the CPS, and I think the CPS would have probably told, there's so many things that rely on the outcome of their investigation, and so they can't their decision. So the decision was going to impact perhaps the CCRC and what they did. And there's also the case of the woman in Birmingham, or in the Midlands. I don't know if it's actually Birmingham, but in the Midlands.
No, you're right, it's Birmingham.
Yeah. So there's so many things that could be affected by it, that it needed to be resolved, so everyone else can move on.
Yeah, I guess so. I just remember that, I don't know if you followed it. Was it Thomas Partey, former Arsenal player?
Oh yeah. He
had his, well, similar to Birmingham case. The Birmingham woman's had this hanging over. It's not with the CPS yet, but they say they're still investigating. That's been going on for over 3 years. Yeah,
it's nonsense.
It's disgraceful.
Yeah.
It starts off with one case. How can they, anyway.
It's just
going to be okay for her, but.
And also, you got to look at the fact that it's an alleged crime in a hospital. So how much investigation do you need to do? The hospital isn't going anywhere. The staff are in the hospital. The medical evidence, the notes and everything are still in that same hospital. So there's no new evidence that they're going to get.
Well, I think I can answer your question.
Go on.
So I suspect Cheshire Police have done this investigation where they supposedly looked at 4,000 cases, right?
Yeah.
So I suspect, seeing as the Birmingham case begins with one poisoning, come on, that's 3 years to look at one poisoning. I suspect they're doing something similar. I suspect they're trawling through every single case they can possibly get, and maybe she's been on secondment at another hospital. I mean, Jenny will probably know better than me. I imagine most nurses do work in more than one hospital at some point.
In the career? Oh, yeah. I've worked several, I worked at 3.
But you could be asked, couldn't you? Like, oh, could you fill in at this other local hospital? That could quite easily happen to a lot.
No, no. Well,
I think
in this no,
it's
yeah, you
different in
could. It
America.
would be fill in. You'd have to be employed by that hospital too.
Right.
It's like we have several.
Because it's not the
trusts in
NHS,
one
is it?
city. Yeah,
It's not like the NHS.
NHS.
The NHS is one big umbrella organisation.
Yeah, I mean,
whereas there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's different.
Whereas I think there's different companies or different insurance. Is it a different insurance?
Insurance has nothing to do with it. Insurance do not own the hospitals.
They just pay for it. They just pay for it.
We have think of one city having several different trusts, totally separate, completely separate things. And even within like the hospital I worked at, it's associated with another hospital. I still would have to be employed by that other hospital, even though we share a similar system. Kind of a thing. So
you'd have to have a different employment contract with the other.
Yeah. Well, to
hospital.
some degree, I still would be employed by the system, but again, they would have to check me out. They would want to check me out too. It wasn't like the transfer, unless I was what they would call an agency nurse, which they hire an agency. You know, they hire the contract is with that agency, and they just can send you various places. Kind of a situation, but yeah. I mean, we are kind of different. We have a locum to that degree. I guess that's you have an agency, but you're employed by that agency, not by the hospital.
Yeah.
And the hospital then hires the agency to fill in.
Anyway, I think regardless of that, they can't have been looking at one poisoning for 3 years. So I think they were just trolling around, looking at random things. I wanted to comment on something Jenny said before I came on, which is because I've wondered the same thing myself so many times, which is how the hell did Dr. Evans pass his exams? You know, how did he do it? I know it was 60 years ago, but this letter is, I mean, I've annihilated him in my next video, but it's embarrassing. It is embarrassing.
Well,
it's just unbelievable.
How did he get through residency? Who's training him? You know,
I just can't understand it.
I did a video.
God knows what went on in his hospital in Wales.
I did a video about not just the Countess of Chester Hospital, but also I think I did include Dr. Evans in it, where I actually came across a whole video about people who had worked in the British in the NHS who had forged their degrees and forged their medical.
That happens here.
Yeah, their medical experience, as doctors, and I thought,
isn't that in Catch Me If You Can? Have you seen that film?
Yeah, he does that, doesn't he? He does something like that, doesn't he? Yeah. So I thought to myself, maybe this is what's been going on. I think I decided this might have been what happened at the Countess of Chester after. Remember the very first press conference that Mark McDonald did with what was the guy?
Richard Taylor.
Richard
Taylor.
Yeah, because when he started talking about all the sort of procedures that they got completely wrong, then I thought to myself, God, how could they possibly, if they're really trained correctly, how could they make such a basic mistake? Even Richard Taylor said, this is a basic mistake.
Oh, that is a mistake that you would see in America by someone, and I'm not claiming that he has this, but I had a doctor that had similar things, and guess what? He had substance issues. That is the first thing that would, if you hear something like this is going on in America, that goes through the mind of the risk.
Right.
If there is something, was he incapacitated at that time? Due to whatever. That is so absolutely blatantly stupid. When I tell people about how he did it on the wrong side and stuff, they're like, no, that could not have happened. That could not have happened. Or a medical student did it or something.
Sorry, can I just ask Chris, welcome to the stream, and I had to pop out there very suddenly, but what's your overall feeling about today, about the announcement that there's no further action on these full file cases to the CPS?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's difficult to give you a succinct answer. The first thing I would say is that it's the first sign of institutional acknowledgement that something is very wrong.
Mhm.
I mean, I've said this in my video tomorrow. I didn't believe for 1 second they did the evidential test and decided it didn't meet the evidential standard, because why would these cases be stronger or weaker than the cases that were in the original court case?
Exactly.
It's 11 collapses across 9 infants, with two are dead. So they're basically they'll never admit this, obviously, but in my view, I obviously don't know what discussions have taken place behind the scenes, but this is an acknowledgement of, something is very wrong and we can't take this case to court, we'll be annihilated.
Does that then explicitly reveal a breach between the police and the CPS stroke political power?
Yeah, definitely, because you see what the police have said today. Definitely.
Yes, I have. We started off with that. We looked at Liz Hull's contribution. We looked at Dowie Evans's contribution as well.
I didn't know Liz had posted. She posted on it.
She has posted it on it, and Jenny kindly read it out.
Liz Hull did an article for the Daily Mail, and of course she, has to mention that. Oh my God, the poor parents, they can't get over it. And the last, I forgot what the last paragraph I said. It was basically, she was just basically saying, it was quoting one of the lawyers.
Yeah, they got a chance to run again. They can reverse it.
And so she was, the last paragraph says everything.
Well, one of the many things I point out in my video is that you get this statement from the police saying, "Oh, respect the privacy and feelings of the families." Right? Well, we don't know who they are. We're not the ones who looked up in the police computer and went round and knocked on the door, are we?
No, that's exactly it.
How can we?
It's a grotesque manipulation, isn't it? Because they said, we're going to be celebrating, but we're respecting the privacy. But it's a false dichotomy, because being happy about this obvious justice of not putting any further crimes Lucy Letby's way, it's got nothing to do with trying to go after the identity of the parents, has it? No. That's the false dichotomy that the police put forward.
I can honestly believe none of us have any real interest in the identity of the parents. We want them to stay. We want them to stay,
right.
Of course not.
Because they need to get on with their lives, and we're not here to disturb them. We're just here to find justice and maybe give them closure as well, because it will give them closure if the truth comes out. And so far, in the fact that Lucy Letby is still in prison means that the truth, even though we are aware of what the truth is, or some of the truth, not all of it, it hasn't been acknowledged yet. It hasn't been acknowledged by the system.
Yes. Absolutely, Carl. And another question I wanted to ask Chris, because I've asked this of other people prior in the stream, is who is the person from whose reports have the substance of the file, the full file related to the Countess of Chester, which are meant to be 9 cases of those 11 cases. Where has that come from? Who's the witness? It's not Evans. He's declined that. So who is that person?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. I mean, Mark did say that they've got one expert, but he obviously didn't name this person. So whether it was that person, I don't know. Whether they actually, it's quite. Let me just say, it's quite possible. It's quite possible that all the stuff from the Countess of Chester is based on witness statements from the hospital and stuff that the doctor said, etc., and documents they've got from the Countess of Chester, and that they want it because they use the term witnesses plural, I believe.
Yes, I think so.
The police, they can make grammatical errors easily. I wouldn't read too much into that. It could be that there's no. I mean, they also said in this statement that Lucy'd been lost 2 appeals, which is categorically untrue.
Yes.
But anyway, it could be that Yoxall is the only witness, and everything else is derived from because there was no in the Child K retrial, there were no expert witnesses. The only witness was J-Ram.
Yeah,
so it could be that all these cases are derived from documents from the hospital and statements from people that worked at the hospital, and the only external expert, although he's still very much embroiled in it, really, is Yoxall from Liverpool. But I don't know. That's just
or is it possible that it's, well, some people were floating out the idea of Dr. Bowen continuing in Evans's place, weren't they, at some point?
I don't see that happening.
You don't see it's Bowen?
No.
Because of her difficulties in Guernsey, or just per se?
Well, would you want to bring her in?
No, well, I'm not them yet. I'm not crazy like those guys.
Would you bring her in? If someone said, Mark, you've got to run a police investigation, would you bring her in?
I wouldn't, but I'm not judging police. But
I don't think
it's them. It's those guys, you know, because I mean, those are the guys that chose Evans. So
yeah, but I mean, they wouldn't bring him in again now.
No, they're not going to bring Evans back, but they might try to go for Bowen.
I don't think there's any prospect of that. I think it will be a separate expert. If they had a medical expert for this case, it won't be anyone that's been involved in the original conviction, in my opinion, because they're too tainted at this point.
And here's a weird question, and I kind of floated it out before, and I think, do you think Evans is weirdly got this Schadenfreude that these didn't go through and his did in some way based on his statements?
Question, yeah, I heard you discussing that. I don't think
energy from him.
I don't think he's anywhere near as confident as he may appear on the surface at this point. I think he will be sincerely concerned about the consequences that he could be facing. And when you sat in that chair in that documentary, we've all seen it, everyone's seen it, and you see him shrinking and shrinking back. As much as we've said he's stupid, he's not completely stupid. So he will know, obviously, that these people massively outrank him. He has to know that, otherwise he can't work in a hospital. And they have said, you know, all this stuff about his work. And then, you know, we've got this new document now that has been leaked, that the Sun have reported about this week, that I'm going to try and cover soon. And we know a lot more about what he did now. So yes. I suspect he's very concerned about, and plus don't forget there's this other case there's been a Daily Telegraph, the shaken baby syndrome case. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yes, absolutely.
So he's potentially being dragged into the Court of Appeal on that case. And I also don't know if you know this, but he's been commenting on LinkedIn to Dr. Matthew Ward.
No.
Yeah, did any of you know that? So Dr. Matthew Ward, who's a pathologist, he posted an article or something on LinkedIn, and then Dewey's there in the comments, like in his usual way. And it's about shaken baby syndrome. So he's trying to defend himself against these new allegations that he's overreached and shouldn't have given evidence. So I think, you know, he may be full of bluster, but I don't think beneath that bluster is a lot of confidence. I think he will be quite concerned at this point, rightly so.
Rightly so. It's mounting, isn't it? I always had a problem with that documentary, and it feels like dramatized to me, but maybe I'm just too cynical. That I just think it's as though he's seeing that Shuley conference for the first time. Maybe he is, but it just feels odd to me, because if you look at Peter Elston's exchange with him, he has people out there letting him know what's going on online. He has people feeding him back. If you look at the through line of that
right, I haven't really done properly.
Yeah, because in other words, he's got people out there kind of bringing him back. What's the deal? What's going on? What are they saying about me? Type of thing.
Right.
So the idea that in the midst, in medias res, in the midst of that documentary, seeing Shuley talk about him in real time. Oh my God, I didn't realize that was going on. I mean, I knew he knew it was going on, but like, it's hard to grasp.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I always assumed he was arrogant enough to not have watched it, but I don't know.
Really? Yeah, that's
that's what I assumed. I assumed that's
or frightening.
You raise a very interesting point. Obviously, we'll never know, but yeah, it's an interesting point that you make. But I just assumed he was so arrogant that he didn't even bother to watch it. If that was not his first time watching it, it was good acting.
It was. Yeah, I agree. It looked like he was being crushed by it, or like
it looked like he was getting slapped.
Getting slapped, bitch slapped. It was getting slapped all over the.
Slapped. Perfectly. Yeah.
He should feel that way, shouldn't he? Really. But yeah. Is there anything else I can add to my reaction to today's news? What I'll say is, like, I love Clancy on days like today because she made it so easy for me to follow the news and get everything together for the video, because like it was just all perfectly ordered on her Twitter, so that was really helpful. Yeah, it's an extraordinary statement from Evans, but like at this point, is it even surprising? I didn't even find it that surprising. I just think the thing perhaps that's most incredible about it is that, and obviously he's doing it in self-defense, but he thinks I need to comment on the Crown Prosecutor Service and I need to comment. Like, no, you don't. You don't know shit. You don't know shit about the Crown Prosecution Service. It's nothing to do with you. Why are you even commenting on it? And he's saying, I reckon the Crown Prosecution Service have done this. No, they haven't. Not at all. They've said in their statement. They said in their statement the cases didn't meet the evidential test, right? So then he's saying, oh, well, I reckon this happened. I mean, I've torn that to pieces in my video for tomorrow. Unbelievable. I feel like, and I started off by saying this is obviously his final comment on the. He's supposed to stop talking about this.
His final tour. His final tour. Yeah.
You know, he should have. I mean, at this point, he's dug himself into such a hole. It's just. I mean, what's it going to be like for him when he's at the Court of Appeal in front of the KC, and he's got to defend himself? He's going to get slaughtered, and he has to appear. He can't back out of it unless the only way he can back out of it is if he's infirm or dead.
And that's what that came up during the conversation.
Yeah.
Are they kind of trying to long it out? They're trying to long it out until he's unreachable.
Until he's got dementia.
You can't reach him, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how.
I don't think they can.
I don't think they. And the other thing about Evans is, another thing I think it came up earlier, is that he's being invited to answer these questions. He's being prodded and asked to, you know, would he be on his own? Possibly, he might be to a degree, but I think he's still in the news world, in the media world. He's still currency, isn't he? They want to go to him.
There's nothing a journalist loves more than someone who gives you a good quote every time.
Yeah. And he's always there for it. He's always there.
He's comedy gold, isn't he? So you know, of course they're going to go to him. I mean, if I could get answers from him, he would have been on my channel like 5 times. But he just won't answer anything that I've said to him. I mean, I've written to him, but he obviously thinks that I'm beneath him, which is fine.
Does he answer you at all, or does he just say no? I'm not up for this. He doesn't answer at all.
No, he doesn't answer at all.
Whereas with Peter Alston, for some reason, he kept that going, and that's the weird thing. You look at that exchange, and he's kind of like jousting with him all through this period. But it's a very different thing to appearing on video, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very different.
That would be a bigger challenge for him. I mean, he shouldn't do it. He's right not to respond.
He's right not to do it.
What he should have done is he never should have done the Raj Paso interview. That was his first public appearance that he did voluntarily before we knew anything about this, really.
Oh, I think he did interviews before that. He did.
Oh, did he do?
Yeah, he did lots
on the very day he was in the media, wasn't he, as well? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. That's where I first.
Yeah.
But he should have done nothing. He should have done a minor videos. Nothing.
Maybe he should have done one interview on the day, maybe, and just said. You know, I don't think he should. I don't think he should even have done that. But if he'd have just done one interview on the day, he could have said, "Oh, this is a terrible crime. It's very sad. Obviously, it's not my job to sit here and talk about Lucy Letby. I'm an impartial witness, and I've given my evidence. That's it. Very sad. Sorry for the parents. You never hear from me again." And then
that's exactly right.
That's what he should have done.
That's exactly right, Chris. He should not have strayed into the world of intent. And that's what I talked about in the video, is that he shouldn't have gone into the world of intent, because his role is to talk about what happened rather than the I can't think of the Latin terms now.
Any of the emotive aspects of it should be irrelevant to him. Because
precisely.
Talking about that, he's becoming an advocate, which he shouldn't do.
The who and the why. It shouldn't be.
It's very clear that he wanted to get patted on the back. One of the significant things he said, I forget which one of his many missives this was included in, but in one of them, he said, or it might have been in the documentary, I can't remember, but he said, "Oh, I can't believe I'm getting all this stick." You know, for the person who was from the person who was responsible for putting Lucy Letby away, or words to that effect. So you know, he thinks everyone should be thanking him, and he wanted to be in the media so he would get this recognition and get this.
But he did have that. He had that for a while. He had a moment in the sun, and then it began to curdle. It's like milk. It aged like milk rather than wine, and it began to sour. You know, and he realised that was happening. And he's been fighting ever since.
The thing is, though, now that maybe he genuinely didn't realise, but now that we've seen more details of his investigation, if I had done what he has done, I would have thought, right, well, I'm not going in the media, that's for sure. Because if people start finding out, but I think a lot of it is because he's used to the lack of scrutiny of the family court, and he just thought that, I don't know, I just didn't think. He probably never even crossed his mind that it'd be scrutinised and that anyone would question it. He just thought this will be cut and dried. That's it.
I think that's right, Chris. But Jenny, just to bring you in, I just want to ask you: it's just him, though, isn't it? The other experts are all melting away. Bowen's saying nothing. No one else is saying anything. Evans is the guy, isn't it? So it's like, is he going to say nothing, or is he going to keep fighting? That's his role, isn't it?
He can't give up the cornered rat. That statement almost looked like it was prepared a while ago, or he's been thinking about it. It just didn't come out of him. That just looked like it was written and maybe just fine-tuned this morning, I'm assuming. But that looks like something that he had to have known it was going to come down to the pike, or it was in preparation should something happen.
Yeah, it's politic, isn't it? It's politic. It's like this will fit. I've got one I made earlier, and I can fit this for this.
Yes. Yeah, so, but if it would have turned the other way, he's got another one written. It's like he's got a plan.
Sure.
Yeah, he's got his media thing planned. He planned his media better than Jerram.
He doesn't seem to understand, though. I've said this in previous videos, but he seems to think we're still living in a world of microfiche, where you have to go to the library to look back at previous.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he said in this.
Yeah, that's right.
Said, he said, like, I never knew any of the details of any of these cases. But you've already said, like, countless times, I think Lucy Letby's guilty of other murders. I think this, I think that. So you can't. That doesn't go into a memory hole. That's all online forever. You know, he doesn't seem to understand that.
That's absolutely right, Chris. Did you see Stuart Gillam's video, or pointing to the big dump, the big reveal document where it talks about the police giving Evans Jairam's notes about the rash? Have you come across that yet? It's an admission by the police, from the police, that a certain police officer, whatever their rank was, gave the notes that Jairam made about the rash to Evans, despite Evans then later saying that he never had it before a certain time.
I don't know if I saw that.
That's I think what it boils down to is perjury for Evans, basically. That's what it boils down to.
Right.
I
think I saw something where, I don't know if it was that video you've referenced, but I saw something from Stuart where he was talking about air embolism and how he'd never heard of it before and all. I don't know if you've seen that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's related, but it's particularly to do with the notes about the rash, and this is what the police describe. We've passed on Dr. Jairam's notes to Evans. It's a kind of a slam dunk in a sense.
Yeah.
But what will they do? And I asked this question earlier. What will they do with this? Will any of these people face charges of perversion?
Yeah, so I heard you talking about that. So I'll just give you my view.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
So the police usually weasel their way out of everything. We know that.
We know that.
So that's likely. They probably find a way of weaseling their way out of it. But the reputation of Cheshire Police is going to be permanently damaged by this. And not only that, but also as I've highlighted, just saying, right, we're not going to put anything on Twitter ever again because we're too embarrassed. So it's now 14 months since they posted on Twitter, which they're supposed to do. They're supposed to just tell people in Cheshire, oh, there's been a car crash or stuff like that.
Regular things, yeah.
They just don't do it anymore because they know they'll be inundated with criticism.
Yeah.
With regard to the doctors, we may not get the outcome that some people would want, but when this hits, the day we see the headlines that we're waiting for, this is going to be enormous. This is going to be, it will dominate the news cycle completely for the entire day, and then it will still be a big part of the news cycle for the next week. Yeah, it won't go away for a long time. And it's true that what you were saying on the video, Jenny was saying doctors are very high status, etc. Consultants are. That's all true. But there are going to be some people engaged with this who outrank them. And the shit is really going to hit the fan when this all falls apart. And they're not just going to be allowed to just walk away and say, oh, well, never mind, we made a mistake, we'll just go back to work. They're going to face scrutiny. I don't know what form that will take, but for starters, there's going to be a massive inquiry. There'll be an inquiry into the hospital, and there'll be an inquiry into the thermal inquiry to find out why it was so pathetically flawed. Yes. And you will see them squirm at some point. Now, whether it will go as far as I know some people would like to see is doubtful, debatable. I don't know, but they won't just be able to say, "Oh well, soz, what a cock up. Never mind. We'll just go back to our jobs now." They will face scrutiny because this will be enormous. I've said this numerous times. This is going to go down in British history for forever. This will be indelibly written into British history.
Yes,
and people that were involved. Dr. Evans his name will be written into British history forever, like Roy Meadow is, but more so because this is a higher profile case. So I don't think they'll be able to just walk away this time. Police probably will, because they always get away with it.
They do. Can I ask Jenny, is there any kind of correlation to this that you know of in American legal history, whether it's based on a medical case or not, that you can relate this to in terms of?
Well, we have our own Beverly Allitt that happened around the same time, that she's in Texas. We all thought she's guilty. And now I'm thinking, oh my God, quote unquote, she confessed, but I think she confessed in order to kind of like Beverly Allitt did, in order to get kind of a lighter thing. But we have our own in Texas that's been sitting in there since it happened around the same time. So yeah, I that's what I'm wondering. So when this is all over with, I'm going to kind of look into that. I've totally forgot her name, but supposedly she was a good nurse. They liked her and everything. And these kids were hurt, and then it sounds like, again, it's happened here in America too. We do have a guy too that Netflix did a thing on, and I don't know if he's guilty or not of that. But again, that one nurse in Texas, it happened just around the same time. Although it wasn't insulin, it was another drug that she supposedly poisoned with, and they had other methods too. So
there was that case of that male nurse. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, it was a Netflix, and again, trust Netflix, or was it Prime? I don't know if it was Amazon Prime or Netflix or something. There was a male nurse too, but again, I'm thinking of this Texas nurse that happened around the same time. She was attention seeking. The same stuff you hear about Beverly Allitt, it's like it came over here, and then. Yes. And then poor what's her face, the shaken baby, the au pair.
That it was the English nanny. I can't remember her name.
Au pair, yeah. And the judge did the right thing. He basically said, "Okay, I'm gonna reduce you down to manslaughter, and I had the chance to give you the sentence, and it'll be the stuff that you already did." It was just a way to get her out of the country.
Yeah, that was the Louise Woodward case.
Yes. And we all thought, the media was like, "Oh, she's guilty. She did all this." And then looking back on it, it's like, "Oh my God, did I have it wrong?" So, and shaken baby syndrome was, we kind of started it here in America, and I kind of traveled over there.
But following from what Chris is saying, I'll ask Chris in a second to come in, is that I think it's going to push forward into the future, but it's also going to go like a circling at all the other cases of nurses being accused. So there's other cases where there've been nurses in prison for 20 years. They're going to have to be reevaluated in light of an exoneration of Lucy Letby. But it's also, what would it do for the future? Maybe this is for a future discussion, but it brings to mind, well, what happened after Lucia de Berg in Holland? What changes were made in terms of what would stop that happening again in Holland? I don't know. That's
so Mark, I want to raise a really important point about insulin cases. So obviously the insulin cases are important, and we know there's all this new evidence. It's neonates, so it's completely different to previous cases. But one of the important things that I don't think has been publicised enough or mentioned enough is that the difference between this and previous cases is that Lucy has been accused of murder, convicted of murder, right?
Yeah.
So imagine if all of those cases were overturned. So we know most of the murder cases are ridiculous. The only one that's even remote, I don't think it should even be in court, is Child O, but all the other cases are going to be destroyed, pretty much.
Yes. Yeah.
That's why I've said that Child O is the strongest case that got left, really. So let's say they were all overturned in the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal accepted, right, well, there isn't satisfactory evidence, there's massive doubt, there's reasonable doubt, we need to overturn those cases, right? So then imagine if they said, right, we're overturning all of the murders for which Lucy Letby is convicted, but she still did this attempted murder, so we're going to keep her in prison on the basis of an attempted murder. Can you imagine the shitstorm that would follow if that occurred? So they said, right, well, that's it. We're wiping out all the murders. We don't think Lucy Letby did those beyond reasonable doubt, but we still think she did this attempted murder. So all of the original court case, we're wiping out all of that, basically, but we're just going to keep her in prison because of this supposed attempted murder in which we don't even have readings or proper measurements, and no one suspected anything at the time, and no one died, and she carried on caring for the child and stuff like that. You know, can you imagine the media response?
How are you presenting this now as a potential tenable position they could take, or something that they couldn't?
No, it's not tenable. I mean,
it's not tenable. It's obviously
they
not.
would find it very difficult to overturn all the murders, but then say, "Oh, but she's still guilty of attempted murder."
Yeah, it's going to be a full strike of everything.
It would be extremely difficult for them.
Yes, it's not going to work like that.
It would face enormous criticism if they were to do that. So people thinking, "Oh, she'll just be kept in prison for the insulin cases." You know, the difference with Colin Campbell is that those patients died.
Yeah.
So he's in prison for murder. Lucy's not in prison for murder for insulin cases.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying now. I can't conceive of a possible universe, even though this is a very strange universe we're in, of a possible universe in which they acknowledge that all the other deaths were natural, but nonetheless she tried to kill baby's FNL. No, that's never going to happen.
I just don't think that would happen.
No, absolutely not.
I think there will be a kind of strategic focus from that. Although I know there's loads of insulin and there's a big focus on that in the 31 reports, but I think there'll be a big strategic focus on hammering the murder cases out, because once you get rid of them, it just would all public faith in the conviction would disappear, and then keep her in prison would be very difficult. So I just want to raise that because there's always a lot of talk about the insulin cases, but it will be very difficult to keep Lucy in prison because of the insulin cases if she's been cleared of all the murders. And I'm sure.
I mean, personally, I've never thought about that kind of split in a sense. I thought once the wall falls, it's falling. And it falls upon the insulin cases as much as the air embolus, as much as the liver trauma, as much as the milk and the air into the stomach. Everything goes. Everything will go. And I think today is a significant day heading towards that wall falling. You know, it's just a big blow against that wall.
It's the first, I've said the cracks are there, but this is the first visible crack.
Yes.
We know the dam is on the way out now.
We absolutely do, and you're putting it in terms of institutional, like a recognizable institutional crack, as it were, in terms of we haven't got the power to move this forward. We can't move this forward now. But I asked this of the other people that come up.
I think it's credibility as well. They know they wouldn't have credibility in court against who they're up against. That's
one thing I'd like to ask you, Chris, that I asked Jenny and Carl and other people before it is, why did they start it? Why did they start that line in order?
Well, yeah, it's a simple answer. I mean, the Crown Prosecution Service can't do anything. You know, the police can pass any case to the Crown Prosecution Service at any time. It can be absolute rubbish, and of course, if they do pass rubbish cases, they'll be criticised by the Crown Prosecution Service. But there's nothing the Crown Prosecution Service can do. If they get a bundle of documents from the police, they have to look at it, so that they have no choice. The police, in my estimation, were just trying to protect themselves and just trying to. I think it's exactly the same as Child K retrial. I don't think for one second they believed that this was a legitimate series of cases. And I don't think for one second they believed the Child K retrial was legitimate. I just think Child K served the very useful purpose of gagging the press for 6 months. Otherwise, when The Guardian came out and the Daily Telegraph with their initial articles, they would have come out sooner. I've never actually...
Sorry.
I'm just going to say I've never actually asked Sarah or David when they would have published, or Felicity, but it would have been sooner than May 2023, was it?
Chris and Jenny, whether they believed it was legitimate or not, why did they pursue it? You know, why did they give it a?
Just try and keep us quiet. Like if this, let's say today, we had the news from the Crown Prosecution Service, Lucy Letby will go to court. Lucy Letby has been charged. I don't even know what I'm allowed to say on YouTube then, let alone the national press. The national press can't say anything.
No, that's true.
I'd have to be very careful. So I think they hoped, right, this will keep people quiet for a bit. And I think the Crown Prosecution Service have recognised, hold on a second, we can't charge you in this climate. There's absolutely no chance.
There was a bit of an overreaction in the space between the main trial and the retrial, in which people like Peter Hitchens said, well, I can't talk about it at all now. But the reality was, actually, of course you can talk about a trial that's finished, about the particular cases that have finished. Okay, you can't talk about, from his position, maybe not YouTubers, we've got a bit more latitude, or the worst that can happen is the channel gets knocked down. But from his perspective, he could have carried on talking about the main trial, but he decided not to, and I understand why. And he's done well generally from the beginning.
Oh yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that I'm not sure. In other words, it's to cut to the chase. If they would have set up some more trials to start next year, for example, about these other cases, which they decided to block and stop, it wouldn't have stopped us talking about everything we're talking about now.
No, but it would have been somewhat obstructive.
It could have been, depending on what, because I suppose us being the ghouls and misfits that we are, we would have wanted to get into what they're talking about, wouldn't we? What
we definitely could not have done was talk about the Liverpool extubation cases, and anything that may be related to the indictment. But I would literally have had to think about what I could say and what I couldn't say, because I don't know. But for national press, they have to be careful, because they don't want to be held for contempt of court.
Yes.
So I just think that's just my personal belief. Obviously, Cheshire Police will never admit this, but I don't think they believe that these charges were legitimate. And I'll prove it to you, right? So in this statement that they've released today, they've said some people will
be celebrated.
Celebrate.
So that they know very well. They know very well what's being said online. They know. That's like the equivalent of them at the end of a poker game revealing their hand. They know damn well what they were doing.
They have to have an eye on what we're talking about. They know what we're talking about.
So do you know? I don't know if I told you this, but someone I won't mention the person who it was, but someone who is known to you, who is also known to me. I won't say if it's a male or female, but this person, Cheshire Police accidentally liked one of this person's Twitter posts, and it wasn't complimentary to Cheshire Police.
Oh,
so,
right. But Cheshire Police liked the post. Cheshire Police, as in their account, liked it.
Yes, even though they haven't posted for 14 months.
So what the hell is that? What the hell is that? What does that mean?
This wasn't.
That's weird, isn't it?
This wasn't when they'd been offline for 14 months, but it was when they'd been offline for a long time. So I don't want to say. I shouldn't say any more about that because
no, that's fine. But you're giving me the sense that there's someone in Cheshire Police that is kind of, if not batting for the other side, that they're sympathetic to it.
No, I would say more likely is they're just watching us.
They're watching,
and they did it by accident, and they didn't.
Oh, they did it by accident, right?
Well,
okay,
we don't know, but I surmise that they're watching us very closely, or watching the online reaction to things quite closely, and that they liked this post by mistake because it wasn't complimentary to Cheshire Police. So
that's very strange. No,
let's not say any more than that. But yeah. So I think they've revealed today they're watching. They know full well what people are saying about them. They know full well what's going on online. They made that clear today by saying,
they do.
"Oh, some people will be celebrating." Well, they don't mean the panel, because the panel of neonatal experts aren't going to be celebrating, because that's just not something they would do, is it? They mean people online who know that they've screwed up.
They're talking about the engine of public opinion, in a sense, or what they fear might be driving or influencing public opinion. That's what they're talking about, and that's what they're worried about.
And they know damn well what public opinion is, because they're following it. So
yes.
I mean, as I say, I don't know. I'm just surmising what has occurred, but I just don't see any way that this case was ever going to go to court. I think it's completely frivolous, and even Dr. Evans has basically said he knew he wasn't going to go to court. So
if you say it's frivolous, does that mean it's completely cynical then, or is it?
Well, I mean, that's just I don't know. I can't. I mean, I'll never be able to prove.
I know you're not in their heads, but
I'll never be able to prove that. But come on, I mean, it's not a surprise to me that this case hasn't gone to court, because there's a tube extubation case. I suspect the third insulin case was in there, where it's really obvious the child had hyperinsulinism, and then there'll be some other oh look, this child collapsed, and then
there are 9 cases based. I think there are 9 cases based at the Countess Chester Hospital, but we don't know what those are at all, do we? In terms of the effects or the alleged interference in the child's care, do we?
Come on, child K is in the original court case. Child K couldn't be any weaker. It couldn't be any weaker, right? So these cases were thought to be not as strong as Child K, or not strong in,
It's sub Child K.
They presumably put the strongest cases in the original trial. So,
yes.
So how can they possibly think in this climate where everything that they've done has been criticised, where they know they're being criticised because they've made that clear in their statement, and they know there's 29 experts against them, and they probably know there's dozens of other doctors, if not hundreds.
Yes.
How could they possibly think this will go to court?
The pushback I'm trying to take their, artificially take their side is that this came to them post the main trial. This information came to them post the main trial, so it wasn't about them. It wasn't about them eschewing these cases for the main trial. This is subsequent.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if that is true or not, because I don't know. I don't know who the source is and what the source is in Countess of Chester is.
So why, when they were doing their initial examination of the Countess of Chester, why didn't the cases come up then?
Because it's not Evans; it's someone else. Right. And you've got these 25 outstanding cases of Evans. You never hears about anymore.
Don't forget. They had Brewery and J-Ram selecting the cases for them.
Well, exactly.
Why didn't they uncover these the first time round?
So there were
Sorry, Jenny, you go ahead.
There were cases they sent over that he said, "Oh no, nothing to see here." It was a nothing burger, and then I saw cases that clearly the consultants wanted it done, and Evan said, "Oh, this is a nothing burger." So,
well, he did, but we've got this situation, and I know it sounds bizarre, this, because I'm basing this on what's reported out there in the New Yorker and by Private Eye. Potentially 2 sets of 25 cases. I think in all likelihood it's 1 set of 25 cases. Evans has put to the police, never heard anything about them, never had any explanation why there's NFA, no further action with them. And yet they found these other things now that have created this full file thing that have gone to the CPS, which has been rejected. From whom? And I think it's all subsequent to the trial and subsequent to the retrial, probably. But what's the source? And from what you said earlier, Chris, you think it's people possibly at the hospital in conjunction with another experts. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm surmising that.
Surmising it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. But I know Yoxall has been involved from Liverpool. We pretty much know that. But we don't know. We just don't know. I can't see how they can possibly have selected these cases. They strike. I just think it is complete rubbish, and I think they must have. Who knows? Who knows what bubble they're living in? But
yeah,
but they have confirmed today in their statement that they are aware of criticism of Cheshire Police, criticism of the investigation.
Yeah.
How could they not be? But they've confirmed that today.
Yes.
So with that in mind, they can't be immune to that. And if there are weak cases, they should be able to look at them and say, I mean, come on, the science is just not, the evidence is not there. I cannot believe that they really genuinely believed that these were as strong or even stronger than the original court case. How could they be?
So is this just like a stupid move to shoot yourself in the foot and like weaken yourself for the future, in a sense? In other words, well, because you're getting pushback, you're gonna, well, here's something else we can bring you to show that we were right, and then that all fails, and then in the court of public opinion it gets rejected because the CPS reject it, and we're looking as though we're desperate now.
Well, you said, Mark, that this came up after the court case. So
possibly, yeah.
It could have come up fairly early after the court case. So at that time, things were very different.
That's true.
So they may have decided, right, we'll just carry on relentlessly on this path, even though this path is heading nowhere. I don't know if you remember, but in the immediate aftermath of the trial, they trumpeted all these things about, we're going to look at 4,000 of the cases, and
yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So they've been doing it for a while, but at that time it was all favourable. Sorry, Jenny's going to say something.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe the cases that they didn't bring originally, maybe they didn't have the parents on board like they wanted them to, and now post. Maybe they didn't. The parents were like, "No, I don't want to be involved," or they didn't.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because in the documentary Operation Hummingbird, they say they interviewed 28 families, I believe. I think it's 28.
Yeah.
You highlighted this, Mark, in the comments.
I did because of this separate group.
Yeah.
of notes that Evans was sent to 28. Yeah, it was a numerology thing for me, but I don't know if it was relevant, really. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and there's a baby that was unindicted that it died, and they could never get a hold of the parents because the parents moved out of the United Kingdom.
Really? I didn't know
that was the cardiac baby. Maybe we'll talk about that later, but there's a baby that was a cardiology baby that Brewery screwed up on. This was right around baby E, when he should have. It was a cardiology, and the baby died. And
we're looking at like autumn 2015, then, are we, or something?
Yeah, we're talking around baby E E, and it was a cardiology case, and it was sent over for the packet. And again, and it was in the very last line I saw in one of the Thirlwall things that, oh, can't send the letter or something like that because parents moved out of the United Kingdom. But that was part of the packet that was initially, that whatever that packet was when the consultant sent over to the Cheshire police. So, and again,
but I think you could be. I think overall, though, you could be right.
Yeah,
because the numbers make sense roughly, because there's 17 infants in the court case, so that implies 17 parents and 17 families. So that would leave you roughly, 9, 10, 11 left over. So it could be that, as you rightly suggested, that some of these cases are from parents that didn't initially, I don't know, play ball for whatever reason, if you want to describe it that way. And then after they saw the conviction, became convinced or whatever.
And maybe they were one of them that weren't willing to take that, whatever the compensation was. Maybe they were holding out or something. Yeah, wasn't there some sort of maybe a compensation given to them because, they were a victim of a serial killer nurse? Weren't they given some sort of a maybe these parents?
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I always got hooked up on these numbers, and I know this could be crazy town, but it's like, and this is what bothered me. It's a long time ago now. This is the ballpark figures in a sense. Evans is sent variably reported as 31, 32, 33 cases originally. I know it's different in different reportings. And I know that the Court of Appeal says it's one thing, but anyway, he chooses I think, is it 15 or 17 cases out of that 17 cases? But then he gets sent this supplementary batch in 2018, allegedly, of 28 sets of new notes, assumingly they're new notes, separate notes from the 2017 notes. And he chooses 25 cases out of the 28. And that's what struck me, Chris, with this notion about 28.
Yeah.
So it's all we really don't know what they did. I think we don't really know.
But I don't know much more about that. I think as I've said previously, the fact that he files approximately, I mean, these are just the reports that I know about. He files 25 reports after Lucy was arrested when he knew her name. That's why he always says. Another thing Dr. Evans says, oh, when I filed my initial report,
I need to get going. So
Thanks so much, Kelly. Fantastic.
No, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Lovely to see you on your.
I got an empress to feed.
Of course, absolutely lovely. Thank you so much, Jenny.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, we'll talk to you again.
Take care. See you soon. Bye. Thank you so much. Bye. Thank you. Sorry, you're saying lovely.
What was I saying?
About you were saying about he files 25 cases.
Oh yeah, so he files 25 reports after he definitely knows Lucy's name.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, he changed stuff in court when she's sitting there. So, but he filed 20. These are just the reports that I know about. There could be more that I don't know about, but he's filed at least 25.
Can I just ask about what you're saying there? So when you say reports, are you talking about, and we're coming into semantics here, but we've got incidents, we've got cases, and we've got reports. So Are you talking about 25 separate babies or report or
not 25 separate babies. These are let's be clear. These are 25 reports that are related to infants that were in the indictment, the original indictment. So Dr. Evans filed, and when I say 25, that's an approximate number.
Yeah.
25 reports after he knew the name of Lucy Letby, and these were used in the indictment.
I see what you mean. He then, well, this is the thing that there seems to be. I'm going to mute the mic there. He then seems to get this extra lot of reports. Now, whether there's a crossover with the original lot or not, I don't know. And this is back in 2018, according to the New Yorker article. And then you've got this, and I keep banging on about this, and this is something that Dr. Hammond says, that Dr. so many doctors in this story. Dr. Evans told Dr. Hammond, contrary to what he told the writer of the New Yorker article. Can you remember Rachel Aviv?
Yeah.
That in 2023 he sent 25 further. Now, when he says 25 cases, does he mean 25 separate children or multiple events that could apply to children? Anyway, he's meant to have done that in 2023. Never hears a word about it over a year later and hasn't since.
Yeah, well, it's hard to say how many infants that would include, but it would have to be quite a few, wouldn't it? I mean, there can be multiple.
It should be, yeah, it should be quite a few.
There can be multiple collapses for one infant, but with 25 cases, it would have to be a lot of infants, you would think.
Well, it comes down to how the language is being used. So if a case is a child, then it's 25 children. If a case is an incident, then it's potentially less than 25 children. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he would probably use cases to mean collapses. Probably.
Do you? Yeah, that's what I've been struggling with. But nonetheless, either way, whatever the final figure is, his post-trial stuff has gone nowhere. This post-trial stuff has gone nowhere. So we've got like two, and that's something I kind of think I want to bring back on the table. This is like the second and third bite at the cherry. First bite of the cherry results in the incarceration of Lucy Letby wrongly. Second and third bites go nowhere, don't they?
Yeah, I mean this is over now. Thankfully.
Yeah, it's over. It's over.
It's just we've got to deal with the original indictment now.
Yeah.
I mean it's good news, obviously. Why the police would think it's cause for celebration when Lucy's still in prison, still facing 15 life sentences, etc. I have no idea. I mean, there's nothing to celebrate here. There'll be
it's perverse to say that.
It's perverse to celebrate when Lucy comes out of prison.
Yes, exactly.
Obviously, we'll all be happy about it, and it'll be a relief. But it won't be a cause for celebration because it's still in a horrendous situation, and her young life has been taken away from her. So there's no celebration from me, and there won't be any celebration when she comes out. I mean, obviously, I'll be happy to some degree, but it won't be a cause for celebration.
No, it's not the celebratory energy at all. And we feel as though that's a brick taken out, or that's a crack in the dam. That's a brick taken out of the dam, as it were. Yeah. And I think it is today.
Can I ask you, Matt? How do you feel? How do you feel about today's?
Very positive, Chris. Very, very positive at a level. And there was a gentleman called Alan, and I closed the screen, but who left a comment. He says he didn't think it was a good thing because, and his reasoning was this: had the CPS have accepted it and brought it to a trial, it would have been worse overall for the story, as it were. It would have collapsed backwards in
there's a good argument.
It's an interesting argument, but I'm not. For some reason, I didn't go with it. I didn't go with it because I think had they have wanted to do it, had they been able to do it.
Well, yeah. The fact is, they couldn't take these cases to court.
They could not. They could not.
There was only two possibilities: either they'd leave it hanging over her head for years, which is what I expected.
Yes.
Or they did what they did today. So this was never going to go to court.
Do you see this, and this is where it's crucial with Thirlwall now, do you see this as pushing back Thirlwall until the CCRC report? Does this have to all happen in 2026 now? So you have to have this.
If you watch my video tomorrow, I'm going to mention something about Thirlwall that I know. So
I'll
so people can look out for that.
Yeah, I won't preempt that.
I wanted to get the original document, but I didn't have time. But I'll tell you what's in that document anyway. So I'll tell you more about that tomorrow.
I'll wait for that for tomorrow then. But I just see Thirlwall as something that they can't. It's I don't know if stumbling block is the right expression, but it's a problem for them, or Thirlwall is a problem for them, and they're a problem for Thirlwall, as it were. The fake story is a problem for Thirlwall. Thirlwall's a problem for the fake story. It's both way
I mean, I've never been put in charge of a large public inquiry, and I would suspect that's very unlikely to happen. But I don't know what, if you're given a job. I mean, basically, these sort of people like Lady Thirlwell, whoever it was who was going to head up this inquiry. The reason they put you in those positions, and same with civil servants that always get knighted and stuff like that. The reason they put you in these positions is because you're a good girl or a good boy, because you don't push back, and you're not antsy or difficult. So that's the first thing that I'd like that is important to understand.
Yeah.
So I'm obviously not the kind of person that would be in that position in the first place, but I don't know what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do once you've been appointed to head that, and the terms of reference are made, etc., etc. I don't know what latitude Lady Thirlwell, whatever her name is, I don't know her first name, can't remember.
Janet? I don't know.
Yeah, something like that, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know what latitude she has to say, look, we can't continue with it. I know you've given me these terms of reference, but look at this letter from 24 people. We can't continue with this inquiry. It's going to have my name on it. I mean, I would feel, if it was me, I'd think, well, my name's going to be on this forever. You know, obviously she wasn't too concerned about that, but I don't know what latitude she has to question the terms of reference and to go back to the government and push back and say, look, when you're dealing with the government of the United Kingdom, it's not the local bowls club or the serious institutional power.
We're talking about power here. Yeah,
that exactly. Told you to do something. So I don't know how able you would feel to go back to them and say, look, we really need to just hold back on this for a bit because of the circumstances. But obviously she didn't feel able to do that or didn't want to, or thought, well, this will all just blow over. Maybe she thought it would blow over because of her stupid noise comment. Maybe she genuinely thought it would blow over. But what she should have done, all things being equal, is say, look, we cannot. She should have gone to the people who made the terms of reference and said, look, we cannot continue with the inquiry with these terms of reference because there are serious question marks about Lucy's conviction. And if we do, I'm going to have my name on this forever and the inquiry is going to be ridiculous.
Yes.
But it takes a strong person to do that.
And then you come back to your original premise about who's been chosen to do it, don't you? In terms of what the likely relationship is between power and that person to be. Yeah. And I realise it's unknown, but it points you in a certain possible direction.
Yeah, I mean, you don't appoint people to these positions who are going to question things. You do the people that are there to follow the instructions, basically. And it's the same with civil service, as I've said previously. So I don't know what type of person she is. She will fit somewhere into that spectrum that I described, firstly. And then secondly, I don't know what, if she goes back to the people that set the parameters and says, look, we can't continue, I don't know what the likely response would be to that. I don't know what they could do to her. I have no idea.
Yes.
But
yes.
They're not likely to say, oh, thanks for that. We really appreciate you. So she would have had to fight her corner very strongly if she wanted to push back.
Or it's going to be a joint decision in the sense that, to take Professor Hutton's idea of her knitting on top of the shard, they tell her it's okay to stop knitting. The building's going to blow. It's time to go down the fire escape now, and you can get out. And we're going to have to take this on the chin somehow, and we're going to have to mitigate the effects on all the institutions concerned. And it's a joint decision.
Now, of course, she's in a very difficult position, but it all comes back to the start, and it's a classic example of something that we're all faced with in life. It's a choice between the easy decision and the right decision, and sometimes the right decision is a lot harder, and there'll be consequences. But those in the long run, the easy decision has bigger consequences. And
yes.
That can happen to a lot of people in a lot of different situations. And this was a situation where she thought the easiest thing to do would be for me to dismiss these comments as noise and just carry on with what I've been told to do. And now, because of that, she's in the situation she's in now, which is a very difficult situation.
I mean, my tendency is, and maybe I'm completely wrong, is not to see her as an individual agent in terms of being in control of what she decides to do and to refrain from doing. I don't see her. I see her as part of a network, and a figurehead of something that will do the politic thing when she's effectively, and she might be of a similar mind to it at a certain point. We've got to give up now. We've got to give up now. But we haven't reached that point yet, although it's in abeyance at the moment because we're waiting to find out we have no idea what she's going to report on. But we've got this strange relationship between CCRC application and Thirlwall, and they don't mesh very comfortably, do they? They don't.
I mean, to be honest, if they're going to publish recommendations, they should just do it as soon as possible. Because it's not going to become better 6 months from now or 12 months from now. They should either publish the recommendations as soon as possible or do the right thing and not publish them at all.
Yeah, Sort of Reason says, I suspect the whole situation is being staged by the establishment. The sequence of events will be being controlled, CPS, CCRC, COA, Thirlwall. It's a totally toxic situation. But all that being said, I'm very sympathetic to that. Where is their out, and why would to what degree would they extend it? Why would they extend this problem? Because they know this is a problem for them. If there is an establishment, they know it's a problem.
I mean, Sort of Reason's a pal of mine, so I don't want to contradict what he or she is saying, but I don't disagree. But I also think that there probably are conversations. I mean, I'd be very surprised if there weren't conversations going on, but they could genuinely be saying now, right, we need to deal with this. I mean, and not in a nefarious way necessarily, although I accept that's possible. But they could be having conversations now of like, how the hell are we going to deal with this? What can we do? Because they're in a. It's kind of like a game of snooker where they're in a really nasty snooker and they don't know how to get out of it. If anyone watches snooker, if that
I used to love the Hurricane Higgins, Ray Reardon. That's me, But
so like they're right behind the black ball. The ball's at the other end. They haven't got an obvious escape. They're just walking around the table now, thinking, "What the hell do we do now?" That's how I would.
Sorry, Chris. The flip side of that is opportunity, though, isn't it? And this is what some other people are saying, is that this is an opportunity to further attack jury trial. And to do things with regard to the NHS.
Yeah, we can't. We should be aware of that. I mean, I must say. I mean, I've read the stuff about jury trials. I see the dangers of getting rid of juries, but I also don't feel hugely enthusiastic about juries.
Yeah, I'm in that same sort of on the very horns of that dilemma as well. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's just you walk around on a daily basis, you see people in the street. I mean, how much faith would you place in a lot of people to decide whether or not you're guilty of something that you haven't done?
Well, strangely, I mean, I've had different thoughts about this, and I don't know, and this is just a feeling I've got, that Lucy Letby, in the prison situation she's in, she could be incredibly vulnerable, but I've always had this gut feeling that there are people around her, fellow prisoners, that get that she's innocent.
Yeah.
And she's kind of being protected in that world in a way that the academic world wouldn't understand, the legal world wouldn't understand, but that world would understand, that could kind of intuit that they know they can see this as an innocent person that has been railroaded. So there's clashes here about the idea about the first 12 people on the Clapham omnibus,
Yeah. I mean, I see that obviously. Let's say there was no jury in this case, Lucy's case. I don't think that would have helped her in the slightest, because the judge was very hostile towards her, in my estimation.
Yes,
So I don't think it would have helped her at all. And I'm not saying jury should go. I don't believe that. I'm just saying that I'm not, super positive about jury trials necessarily. I think the key thing is you have to make sure the evidence that goes into court is balanced and of high quality. That's always the key thing. And then I do think I don't think the jury was important in this case. I don't think that's why it went wrong, because of the jury or because there was a jury or wasn't a jury. It's because
I agree with you, and I've got nothing against what the jury did, because they were overwhelmed into doing it, really, essentially,
and given a false impression and not given a counter narrative that we now know. And I mean, I'm just glad for me personally as an individual that I heard about this. Because it could easily pass me by very easily. I don't follow the news closely.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a period where I just stopped listening to it completely because of lack of reliability, the depressing nature of it, etc. So I just would listen to music, and then I started to listen to it a bit more. And it's just fortunate that I just happened to go downstairs and I just happened to hear this on the day with a conviction. And I feel that was I'm not like a big believer in destiny, but it feels like it was destined to happen. And then I'm just glad that I was been able to, because it's strange the things that happen to you in life, Mark. I don't know if you ever reflect on this, but if I went back 15 years in my life and saw where I was today, I would be staggered. I always wanted to be a writer, and I managed to do it. I managed to make a living out of it. I managed to write books that have been published, and I've written my own novel that's been published. And, I wasn't always happy when I was younger. If I had gone, I wish I could, like Ghost of Christmas Past and Ghost of Christmas Present.
Yes.
I wish I could go back to my past self and say, look at the ghost of your future. I couldn't, because this is a very dark subject, and it's depressing, isn't it? It can be when you're immersed in it, but
it can be completely overwhelming, and I've found it en route. I found it and a kind of sense of absolute horror about it. And
the silver lining for me has just been the people I've met, and that's been an extraordinary gift for me personally. I mean, I've met so many people through this, both virtually and physically, and some of them online and some of them interviewed, etc. And that's really the main thing that gives me hope for the future, is that, the so many extraordinary, intelligent, thoughtful, kind people that I've met. And I couldn't, like I said, if you went back 10 years, I couldn't have imagined I'd get involved in something like this, or it'd be so, even if 3 years ago, I was just, and I was already happy with where I was in life, but now to be involved in something of this magnitude, while it is depressing in many ways and it can be dark at times, I'm really grateful that I'm able to help and feel enormously privileged that I've been connected with all these people. And, it's extraordinary, really.
It is extraordinary, and similar to you, it's sort of, I didn't go out looking for this. We didn't go out looking for it. It just came, and it's there. And once it's there, it could not leave. It could not leave. And it's almost like it has to be. And back to what you were saying a minute ago about, I think you were talking about a further step in time before. I wish I would have known then. But in a way, I suppose the preparation for now had to be done. You couldn't be given it as a kind of a gift through a crystal ball, because the preparation hadn't been done, and whatever that preparation is throughout those years in the interim.
No, you're absolutely right.
Now,
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. No doubt. I mean, you have to go through whatever you have to go through to get where you need to be, I suppose. It's part of life. But in a kind of sense, if you had been, I'm not talking about you particularly, but if someone had been taken on a tangent of great success, they wouldn't have had time or space to look into this. No, that's true.
You wouldn't be there. You wouldn't be available for it.
No. I mean that's. I think I said this on video, but I recognize that I had the experience from writing. I knew about publishing. I had the time to do it. I was fortunate that I didn't need to make a lot of money generally. Not that I'm wealthy, I'm not, but I wasn't completely, I wasn't. Luckily, I had some savings. So I thought, well, I don't need to make money immediately. I can take time out from my normal work and it's not a problem. And I had the opportunity to do it. I had everything just aligned. And I just realized if I don't write a book on this case, I might be the only person in the world that has all of the knowledge and all of the opportunity and the passion for this subject and who knows about the subject. So I just thought, well, I need to do it because you might be no one else that can.
And there are people that would be there from a very medical point of view, but I want to go back to what you said about being a fiction writer, because this is a fiction that they purported that it's not like it's a bit of a paradox here. It's not like a true it's a fiction that doesn't work out. It's almost like an unreliable narrator. So it's as though you think this is the police, the CPS, Evans, they're unreliable narrators. Let's get to the real truth of this matter from a kind of fictional perspective almost.
Yeah, you could write a novel but obviously based on true events from the perspective of pick your actor in the case. There's quite a few you could do it from and have a reliable narrator.
Precisely, and this is why there was this point, and it quickly melted away, but there was this point at which Ravi Jayaram was in talks, and he was, with Jed Mercurio, about either being a main person feeding into this mini-series on Netflix or even appearing in it as himself or as somebody else, in a cameo or whatever. And it wasn't possible. And when you look back now, the fact that failed is almost as though fiction, the idea of dramatization didn't want to touch it at that point because it knew it was kind of poisoned. It couldn't go there. Jed Mercurio couldn't really touch it. And he kind of wanted to, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah, he definitely did. He definitely did.
And he had a medical background and obviously a filmmaking, writing background as well. He was a doctor, wasn't he? Trained as a doctor. But I think that now retrospectively was an interesting node point at which Jayaram loses. I mean, it sounds banal, but Jayaram loses his agent, and there's no Jed Mercurio project in the hopper. Nothing going forward on IMDb. Nothing's going to happen.
I think that was certainly his line in the sand, where his life from then on is not going to be as great as he hoped it would be. I mean, like, I don't feel the anger towards him. I'm not an angry person anyway. But the person I do feel anger towards is Evans, because without him, this it wouldn't have progressed. As much as the consultants are a very important part of the story, if you'd have put a competent pediatrician or neonatologist in the police station, this would never have gone any further.
It's a bit like a Russian doll, though, isn't it, Chris? Because in a sense, if you don't have Breary, Jayaram, and Holt rocking up to talk to Wenham, you never meet Evans in the story. Yes.
Correct.
So it's
not investigated.
Yeah, it's stopped at that point, and then you get into the more nuanced. Yeah, sorry.
That's why I did this 20 points video the other day.
Yeah, that was great. That was fantastic.
So many places where it could have been stopped.
So many points, and one of them, and I can't remember if you covered this or not, but I think you did actually. If Lucy Letby leaves, if she absents herself from that maelstrom of persecutory energy around her, then it stops there as well, doesn't it?
Absolutely. If she'd have gone for constructive dismissal, she almost certainly would have won.
Or even before that, even in 2015, by the end of 2015, she says, these people are out to get me. And she talks to an older nurse, maybe a Michelle Warden type, had she been there. And she said, I think you should get out of here. I know what this is about. Just get out of here. If I was you, go back, go to Hereford, go to Manchester, go anywhere, but get the fuck out of Dodge,
Yeah.
It could have stopped there. It could have stopped.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the ironic thing is someone else would have been charged.
Really, that's fascinating to me. Do you really think somebody would have been charged?
Yeah, because they probably would have ended up with the same suspicions, because taking Lucy out the loop, it doesn't prevent any of the stuff that happened on the unit, does it? So all the infants still would have died. All the problems still would have occurred, and they just would have found a different scapegoat.
It's fascinating you say that. I mean, for me, my instinctive reaction to that is that the fire would have dulled out. It wasn't nice, Lucy. We were on the verge of going for the witch. There was no witch. The witch disappeared. She's out of here.
We all have a different perspective on this.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. That's very interesting that you think that, because
other people completely disagree with me, but I don't think they went for. I don't think Lucy's important in terms of her identity. Other people do. I think if Lucy's not there, they just would have ended up saying, "Oh, so and so nurse is around a lot of the time."
I personally don't, because there's qualities in Lucy that are probably in all likelihood absent as a kind of average of the other nurses, both in terms of being there, both in terms, and also in terms of the Datix reporting and her nature and where she wants to be and where she wants to go. And her kind of fearlessness are probably at some level, if I'm not overstating that. And I'm not sure there would have been anyone else as easy to cast, but you may absolutely be right. They could have tried it.
Possible. I mean, we'll never know.
We'll absolutely never know. I've always been of a mind, and it came up talking with Jenny about baby Noah in 2014. What happened there was that Datix to a degree that it ended up as what it was in terms of being decided as misadventure, but that could have happened anyway, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. As I say, other people disagree with me. I know Jenny disagrees with me. I think she does anyway. But
it's fine to disagree.
I just think it's a perfect storm of factors where they have a sudden number of deaths, which they must investigate, because three infants should not die within 2 weeks. It should not happen. There's been the Victorina Chua incident fairly recently, and I think in fairly close geographical proximity.
I can't remember the dates of the Victor. Do you know? Yeah. Is that like?
No, I don't know off the top of my head, but yeah, I saw someone was mentioning this. That was quite recently after that.
Yeah.
And I think they put. I do think they put 2 and 2 together and made a lot more than 4. And then once they had that impression, because things continued to go wrong on the unit, what they should have done, obviously, is assess the unit holistically and their own conduct and such like. But there was, I think, so someone I've interviewed, I think, for my book described it as like there's like a gravitational momentum at a certain point towards an idea, and that idea gains momentum and everything else gets pushed away. And he said, and this gentleman said to me, this often happens in groups, particularly when the people in those groups share common interests,
yes,
or common background, etc. So I know lots of people think she was targeted, and I know lots of people have different views on this. But I'm just saying that's a possible scenario. And what I would say to you is, if you take Lucy out of the scenario I just described,
yes,
it's really easy to just insert another nurse into it.
On paper it is. I don't know whether the dynamics would be the same. There was that thing where there was another nurse mentioned. I forgot her name. Was it Nurse Taylor? Whoever it was. And then Brewery says, "Oh, but she's nice." And then Lucy's nice. It's almost as though the nice nurse could be interchangeable, but I'm not fully convinced of that, and I think it might be more.
I don't know. I mean,
but
all we can do is surmise, isn't it?
These are surmising, and this is where fiction comes in terms of almost understanding what I mean, why do people write fiction? Because they're writing about life, really, aren't they? You know, they're not lies. They're kind of this artifice, but it's talking about life itself.
I'll tell you, that's a really astute observation. I'll tell you a funny, a good way to illustrate this, right? So there's a guy called Bobby Fischer, who may be known to some of you as the world chess champion.
Chess player, yeah.
In the 1970s. And there's a video where he's being interviewed and he's talking about how he'd love to write literature or love to write music or stuff like that. And he spoke to another, and he said, I can't do it. I just cannot do it. And he asked another chess player, I think it was, I forget who it was now, another American chess player, why can't I do it? Why can't I do it? And this guy said to him, because Bobby, you haven't lived. That's why you can't write fiction, because you haven't lived. You just play chess.
Yes.
So that's emblematic of what you're saying.
So I'm trying to. So with the differences between chess and life are that there are that the rook can only move 2 forward and 1 across, but in life the rook could potentially be a bishop or could gravitate to be a queen almost. So there's all that going on, isn't there?
It's that's why computers are so good at chess, because you give them a limited field. This is what it is. These are the rules. But they're incredible because there's no interpretation or very little. It's just literally, if I go here, you go here, you go here, you go here, you go here, I'm better. Whereas in life, it's a lot more complex.
So what kind of chess move is Cheshire Police performing when they push something through to the CPS, hitting and hoping? Is it like sacrificing a pawn or sacrificing a bishop?
No. I think so. What you do in chess, if you're worse on the, if you know you're losing, it's not like a game of football where you're 3-0 down. You know you're 3-0 down. You need to score 3 goals, right? In a game of chess, ultimately, if you checkmate the king, you always win. So if you're losing, if you've got a really bad position, you can just go for a kind of like desperate attack and hope.
Yeah.
And I've won plenty of games where I was completely lost, and you just go for a desperate attack, and the opponent slips up and you win. So I think that's the analogy I would use. It's like a last desperate attempt. I said today to someone, from now on, the police are on the defensive. They know that. But this was their last attempt to get on the front foot.
Maybe I'm overextending the analogy a bit, not to be pedantic. This move then is to maintain what they've done rather than the coup de grace, isn't it? It's not meant, or is it meant to be as a coup de grace, but it's actually a maintenance move. They want to maintain what they've done.
Well, if you think of a sword fight, it's like a last desperate, slash, or like fencing or something like that. It's just one last desperate attempt to win when they know that they're in big trouble.
Followed by, yeah.
I don't know for certain, obviously, but I think they can't surely believe this case would go to court. Like today, they said, "Oh, we can't believe it. We can't believe it." They can't surely have believed it would go to court. Surely.
I suppose it is trying to get in their shoes and think, well, what other option have they got to say? Well, yeah, we absolutely believe this would be rejected, because you're not going to say that, are you?
No, they can't say that.
You're not going to say that. And
maybe they should say something like, "We respect the decision of the Crown Prosecution Service," and like not say any more than that.
Yeah, they're damned by. It's a bit like Evans. I mean, they're kind of, and this is what happens when things begin to weaken. Often with characters and individuals, and also individuals in novels and plays, as you will know, they begin to talk. Sometimes they shut up altogether, but other times they begin to overcompensate, and it happens in police interrogations as well. They begin to give too much detail, and today the police gave too much detail. Evans gave too much detail.
It's kind of a deterioration. That's one of the red flags with Lucy. So there's no psychological, mental, social, any form of deterioration in her. She supposedly attacked X number of infants, but she's there. Oh yeah, I've just bet on the Grand National. We're going to salsa later. It's just, and her house is like very girly, isn't it? Very feminine, I would say.
Well, it is, but then she's coming back with a bang, which means she's going to kill 2 babies, and that's the world in their mind. That's how they can translate that sort of thing.
It's a load of rubbish. It's just a load of rubbish. But yeah, I'm trying to think of a good literary example of a character that really deteriorates, and you see the deterioration. The only one I could think of was in Streetcar Named Desire, Blanche Dubois. But
Blanche Dubois, yeah,
that's the best example. But yeah, it's you just see the psychological deterioration of someone. They'll lash out more as the more they realize they're in trouble, the more they'll lash out. And yeah, that's what Evans is doing for sure.
If you look at Macbeth, there's a speech that he says, "I'm over shoes in blood so much. It's just more tedious to go back than to go forward. So I might as well carry on in the direction that I'm in." And in a sense, although they're not, they're over shoes in blood in terms of injustice, the police. So they're doing that. But the CPS couldn't stomach it, or they were told not to stomach it. Because, here's the other thing. Had the CPS brought it, do you think that would it have worked out for them? Would they have found a jury to convict? They wouldn't have found it. Do we know that? How do we know that?
Because firstly, if you think about the Child K retrial, we don't know. Obviously, let's be clear on that. Firstly, but if you look at the Child K retrial, the climate was completely different at that time.
Yes.
It's totally different now. I believe that's significant for starters. And then the second thing is, what's it going to be like when there's one expert? Mark's already said to them, "Listen, I'll bring my 29 experts to court. See who you've got. What's it going to?" If that had happened in the original trial, Lucy would have not been convicted. Yeah, every single case they'd be going, "Yeah, but that's complete rubbish."
That's right.
And I just don't see any way that they could possibly have secured a conviction. The thing that killed Lucy in the first court case is that they've got experts, and then she hasn't got anyone.
She's got no one. She's got no one.
This would be a complete inverse of that. It would be a very weak line of experts for the prosecution against an enormously strong panel. And I just don't see any way that they could possibly have won.
And I know it might be a bit boring, this, and I keep thinking, well, why did they start what they knew they couldn't finish? Why did they even do it? So is it just a mistake?
Desperation. It's a psychology. The psychology of desperation.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And also a kind of kicking the can down the road idea out of that desperation.
If they'd lost in court, let's say the CPS had referred it, they would just do the usual thing of saying, "Oh, we thought this was they haven't accepted any culpability today, have they? None. so
no, they haven't.
If it had gone to court, they'd be exactly the same. They wouldn't accept any culpability, and they'd just say, "Oh, well, we've got to respect the court's decision." Blah blah blah. Even in cases, I've mentioned a few times this case of the Lost Prophets singer who's now dead.
Yes, I know. I've looked a lot into that case. Yeah.
His girlfriend was taken to court by the
they tried to get her for harassment.
And when she was found not guilty, they didn't apologise for this.
They certainly did not. She reported him over 5 years to 4 different constabularies. Yeah. So
you've got to drag. If you get an apology, that they've screwed up really badly. You've got to drag them kicking and screaming before they'll say sorry.
Which means it's not an apology at all in a sense, is it? Ever really? It's never going to be an actual apology, but it's a political apology.
Yeah.
But Casbar says it's to keep some people on the fence. So the idea that because they know this narrative is changing. What Mark told, but you can't do that in perpetuity, can you? Because eventually there's going to be resolution, and
sooner or later
there has to be some restoration of order here and resolution of the story.
I think a dam is such a good, metaphor. You just once there's a critical mass, and the dam is not able to hold the mass back. The failure of the dam is inevitable, isn't it? So it's like that with public opinion. Once public opinion reaches a critical mass, you've lost control and you can't ever get it back. To use a bit of a hackneyed and overused example. The state will never be able to make the Iraq War seem like a good thing, will it? Ever? No one. They're never going to be able to. They're never going to be able to reshape public opinion back to thinking, not that it ever was in favour of it, but they're never going to be able to convince people, oh, actually, the Iraq War was a great idea.
The state can't, but, and I don't know if I'm right. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong, but the state can't. But kind of the broad, big blocks of history can kind of like submerge it into something in the way that it has done 9/11, in the sense that, well, this is the official story. That's what it is.
They can report on Iraq in a certain way, but they can't ever. I mean, that was so big that it just went ahead anyway. But they can't ever change the public opinion now, ever. You know,
the reason why I'm hesitating is because, and this goes into a completely other area, another areas that I'm not sure about what our whole history is really.
Right. Maybe I picked a bad example.
No, I'm talking, no, not at all, because it bleeds into me about what history is and how much we can rely on it going back.
Yeah, absolutely.
In terms of like wars starting and you know, the whole
okay,
cliche.
let me pick a better example.
I think it was a good example, but it's just
the post office inquiry.
Yeah,
you know, that's going to be viewed as a massive cock up forever, isn't it? That will never.
Well, I would hope so. Yeah,
there's no way they can, because public opinion has gone beyond the point of critical mass.
Yes, I was. You can't invert that without some serious 1984 George down the memory hole stuff. No,
yeah, just not possible. So I think we're getting closer and closer, and we may have already reached the point of critical mass in this case where there is a public awareness. But you know, we need to keep doing more and do everything we can online, and obviously that's why I've written a book, to try and bring a bit more awareness, and hopefully there'll be more documentaries in the future. But it's eventually you will reach the point where it's just kind of known that this is a miscarriage of justice among the general public, and at that point you can't ever change that.
Absolutely. I'm just going to interrupt here to say what Matthew's saying. Do I know? Am I in touch with Lucy? I'm not. Absolutely not, Matthew. But I mean, I have written cards to the president some time ago and things like that. But I'm not directly in touch. No, I don't know about Chris. I don't know.
No, I've never done anything like that because I don't know. It just didn't seem appropriate.
Yeah.
so I mean, I've never done anything like that.
It's just where's I going to go with that now? We've covered a lot of ground, haven't we? And it's I think it's a good. I really do think it's a good day. I really think it's a good day. Or
yeah,
yesterday was.
Come on for a bit.
I really appreciate that, Chris. And I know where I was going now about your book. About your book now.
Yes.
So, in terms of maximising the effect of it on the changing, tipping narrative, as it were, I think it's already tipped, but in conjunction with and maybe you might not want to share this, but in conjunction with a publisher, will you like have a book tour? Will you have interviews, that sort of thing? Is that being planned, or is that something you want to do?
Yeah, that's all being planned. Obviously, I don't know exactly what that will look like yet, because the PR people that deal with that. I will be certainly both the things you just mentioned have been mentioned. So they could happen. I could speak at, I could obviously I would be expecting to be in the mainstream media. That's very likely. It's basically certain.
Yes, it should be.
Well, I mean, it's basically a certainty. In terms of the tour, as you described it, that's probably likely. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. It's certainly been discussed, and then. I might speak at literary festivals as well. It's something I'd like to do. And there's a few other ideas that I won't mention because we don't know if they'll happen. But yeah, the idea is to just, make sure it's out there and make sure people know about it. And of course, the big thing that people can do to help, who are watching and who will watch this in the future, is just review the book online.
The review is very,
it's
very
the biggest
important
thing that makes a big difference, because it's not only. It's important for algorithms, but also it's social proof. So you have to think, and it'll push it. It makes it more likely to be pushed to casual readers as well. But,
yes.
But then you have to remember everyone that is going onto Amazon as an example. I mean, Amazon controls everything, so
Yes,
everyone, the biggest. You've got to do well on the retail thing. Anyone that goes onto Amazon to buy a book is making a decision, and they've got to decide: am I going to buy this novel that's about, two teenagers falling in love, or am I going to buy this quite heavy book about Lucy Letby? So when they see, I hope to see thousands of reviews. I don't know how feasible that is, but there's 1,500 on the post office book, and I know there's a really passionate community of people that care about this. So I hope people will review it in large numbers. And then when they see, well, it's got a lot of reviews, it's highly regarded, hopefully we'll get good reviews in the press, then that can influence the buying decision. And then that can, it's just like a snowball. It is,
isn't it? Yeah, and there's a whole community. There's a community of book bloggers as well. I know there is for fiction, but I'm presuming there is for non-fiction as well. Like people do like tours of book bloggers as well, don't they? I think.
Yeah, so there's all kinds of stuff I could do or might do. And I guess to answer your last question, do I want to do this? It may not be immediately obvious that I'm introverted, and I wouldn't usually put myself in a position of prominence. But when I decided I was going to write a book, I sat down to myself and I said, well, if this is going to be done, it's got to be done properly. And that means getting the maximum exposure. It's got to be done pedal to the metal. You've got to give it everything. And you've got to be ready for your life to change. Like you're not going to be anonymous anymore. And you've got to deal with that. Are you ready to do that? And I thought about it and I thought it's too important not to do it. So yes, I'm ready to deal with that. So there's some really, I mean, I went to Manchester and like 100, again, it probably isn't even obvious, but I'm not like a naturally outgoing, gregarious person necessarily, but because everyone's so nice, it wasn't that, it was fine. But, I mean, like everyone recognized me, obviously, like
obviously, yeah.
So that was a bit, so but I was ready for that and I'm getting used to it. I'm getting more and more used to it. And everyone's been so lovely. It's fine. It's great. But I don't know if I would use the term want, like, would I want to be in a position of notoriety? I don't know if I would. Like, I used to watch people queuing up for like the X Factor and think they'd gone mental.
Yeah.
It's not the kind of thing I would seek, but sometimes you put, like I was saying earlier, you've got a choice between the easy thing to do. The easy thing to do for me would have been just carry on my life the way I was before.
Yes.
Carry on doing ghostwriting and take my dog for a walk and hang out with my friends and know that no one really gives a crap what I do or what I don't do. But the right thing to do was for me to do what I've done because I knew I could do it and I knew I could be the only person that can do it. So I decided whatever sacrifices you have to make, just do it. It's essential for you to do this. And it's been worth it. It's absolutely been worth it. And, hopefully I can play a small role in helping Lucy.
Oh, you absolutely are, but it won't be a small role. And it strikes me that there's two separate things here, but they cross over, is that there's publicizing a book per se, isn't there? But there's also in the world, as you've clearly made clear that you're aware of it, it's a contentious issue. It's not like a book, it's a novel about a wizard or something like that. It's something that's very contentious as well. So they're both happening. Those tracks are happening at the same time, aren't they? And they're pulling you into a public space, aren't they? Both of those elements.
Yes, absolutely.
Whereas you could have a novel and you could be fairly on the down low about it, couldn't you?
Yeah, most writers are anonymous, aren't they? Even if you write a relatively successful novel, it won't necessarily result in you becoming well known. But I know that this book will obviously change things for me, and already, I guess my public profile has changed. But that's all fine because I'm just doing this for Lucy. It's as simple as that, and also for all the other people that are in prison who shouldn't be. I hope that eventually we can start to look at things systemically and not just be focused on Lucy's case when we've got the result for Lucy that we need, that she needs, more importantly. I hope that, I've said before, well, I've got a bit of a platform now and I've got a bit of a voice that will probably grow a bit, and I will use my voice for good. And I've got lots of things I want to do in the future, and I will. It's not like I'm just going to disappear and then, I have a responsibility now to do more stuff to do with criminal justice and to do with the basic functioning of the systems that preside over criminal justice. So, I'm not important and I'm not a big figure or anything, but, this is certainly the biggest public platform I've had, and it's probably going to get a bit bigger, maybe quite a lot bigger. So I won't waste that. I'll use it for the rest of my life,
And are you going to use it for the rest of your life in the sense that you're being pulled into this area about miscarriages of justice in a way that you hitherto had not considered that you might be because you hadn't entered into this area? Now,
well, I think, Mark,
you can't leave it.
I don't know how you were when we started, but I was aware, and I would think I'm pretty clued up on most things. But I was very naive about the criminal justice system. I still believed that you were guaranteed a fair trial in Britain. And I knew there were mistakes. I knew there were miscarriages of justice. I knew bad things happened. I'm not naive about history. But I thought the criminal justice system and court cases were a hell of a lot better than they are.
Yes.
Did you?
Well, I've been, to answer your question in broad terms, I've been down a fair few rabbit holes, but not specific ones related to the justice system and the police, although sometimes it's shaded into that, but nothing like the detail of this or the specificity of what we've discovered here and found out, or has been made known to us, as it were, and some of it still in the area of surmising about it, because I think there's way, I think it's, you may not agree and other people may not agree. I always feel lately, I think it's potentially way darker than it might even apparently be, and that's dark enough. I don't want to get into that just for the sake of it, because it's all dark and everything. But in other words, I would like to see Steve's WhatsApp, in that 150-page document that's dropped recently. There's a reference. Steve sent us a WhatsApp. I know we're not going to see it, Chris and chat and anyone watching, but let's have a look at that WhatsApp and see how dark it really gets. Because I think, and with the police and Evans, but nonetheless, all that being said, we can't prove that kind of stuff. It's bad. It's bad enough as it is anyway. But more to the point, the more specific point I wanted to make is that when we're doing this, when we're looking into this and doing it sincerely, we are addressing the very principle of injustice and the very principle of miscarriages of justice per se, backwards in time and into the futurity, aren't we? We are doing that. So it's and you use a particular, you look at a particular situation, but it extends beyond Lucy Letby. Of course it does.
Absolutely. So in terms of whether I'm being pulled into that, I feel like it's not. Yeah, there is kind of a gravitational pull, I suppose, but I chose to do this. I didn't have to do it. I feel very passionate about it. It's not an unwilling process for me. Something has to be done. We can't. Also, I mean, I can't say anything about this. I have to be as euphemistic as possible. But I know someone who's been very severely affected by this.
Yeah.
And when I spoke with this person who has chosen to remain completely anonymous, but is very much clued up on Lucy's case, I thought I need to get a result for her.
Yes.
And it was really upsetting. It was really upsetting to hear what had happened, and I just knew I need to do what I can for her.
Absolutely, and these are energetic and emotional drivers, but they're founded on principles, aren't they? They're founded on principles that could apply to whomsoever, Lucy Letby, or any other person in the past.
Yeah, that's the key thing, Mark, isn't it? It's like this could affect anyone. It could affect anyone. You're not immune. No, there's no one. You have to get to a very, very, very high level of society before you're immune to this happening to you. For 99.999% of the population, it could happen to you. So, you know, I'm not doing it for myself, but I mean, funnily enough, you know, I have some. I won't mention what they are. I've probably mentioned it previously, but I won't mention what they are. But I have some vague links with Andrew Malkinson, not particularly important ones, but that's just a coincidence. But you know, it could easily have been me. It could easily have been you. It could easily have been anyone watching this, just sitting in their flat or house one night. Yeah. Bang, bang, bang. Who's this? Right, it's the police. You know, first of all, you just think, oh, because the police have knocked on my since I lived here a couple of times, and it's always car's been smashed up. You know, it's so and so. They're asking, you know, normal inquiries. So when Andrew Malkinson first had the police knock on the door, he's probably thinking they're going to say, oh, you know, a house been broken in down the road. Did you see anything? Just the usual thing. Yes. Then they go, we're arresting you. Why? For rape. What? Can you imagine what it's like? He wasn't even at the crime scene. He knows nothing about this. Nothing.
His whole life changes in that second.
It's incredible.
By the time those words have come out of those mouths, his life is different. And with Lucy, it's slightly different in the sense that there was a long, gradual build-up to what happened, even though every element of it would have been like a mortal shock to her. But nonetheless, and I'm not saying that mitigates it, she was put through a torture and is being put through a torture sequence to this day from back 2015, I think, you know, some point in 2015.
But even then, you can still see the shock when she's first arrested.
Well, that's, you know, that's one of the prime things, and I think I might have said it on videos or other places, or I've said it to myself. I'm watching an innocent person, like a rabbit in the headlights, being taken to that police car. That's what I'm watching.
Yeah, and I would be the same.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be any different. Just because I'm a male, I'd be as scared as she was.
But you can see, I see it on her face. I can see it. I can feel it.
She's terrified.
Absolutely feel it. And
I know I'd be the same.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and it could happen, and so it's not just about the medical world. It's about any world. It's about anybody being accused of anything, anywhere. We've got to do better. We've got to do better.
Yeah. I don't think anyone expects the system to be perfect. That's not realistic. It's not a utopia, but yeah, we've got to do better is a perfect way of putting it. We can do better, can't we?
It has to crucially be able to criticize itself and hold itself to account and say, well, you know, as opposed to, it's almost like a version of defensive medicine. It's defensive law, a defensive law system in the sense that, look, we can't have too many escape. We can't have too many guilty verdicts being reversed and reverted. Otherwise, we look like the system's bad, as though the system shouldn't matter. The people matter. Every individual case.
Yes.
Obviously, but
I mean, it's clear that there's far too much systemic resistance to what are legitimate appeals. That's very obvious, and it is for exactly the reasons you just outlined. It's about protecting the system above the individual, basically.
But where is that resistance in your mind to your way of thinking? Where is it? In whom is it housed? In what is it housed? That resistance? Where?
I think that's a good question. I think that's what makes it so difficult. That I don't think it is. Thank you for the comments, by the way, by people. They're very kind. It's not. If you think of something, I mentioned the Da Vinci Code or did I? Oh no, I know when I was mentioning it. I didn't mention it in the video. So if you watch the Da Vinci Code, I mean, I haven't even watched it, but I know what it's about.
I've never seen it.
I know what it's about. Anyway, they actually filmed some of that in Lincoln Cathedral, where my friend lives. So the Da Vinci Code makes it seem like there's like a shadowy small group of people, blah, 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 right? And I think, in answer to the question you've asked me, the difficult thing about it is it's not a group as such, or not an identifiable group. It's more like a collective idea that is quite vaporous and difficult to nail down, but it's just kind of intrinsically understood, and it's become normal practice over time. I saw this thing with George Carlin. I'm sure you've heard of George Carlin.
Yeah, the comedian. Yeah,
great guy, and he's on an American panel roundtable. 3 celebrities and him, or whatever, and he's asked a question. He's asked a question. He has his usual perspective, which is skeptical, to say the least.
Yeah,
and someone starts to try and put him down, blah blah blah, saying conspiracy theory, and he says it doesn't have to be a formal conspiracy. It doesn't have to be a formalized conspiracy. These people know what is in their interest. They intrinsically understand what is in their interest.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So if you think about the Court of Appeal or the CGS, criminal justice system, in those terms, they almost intrinsically understand the language of what is in their interest, and the way to. And I'm not saying that it's even that conscious, but it's like they almost intrinsically. This is the way things are done. We know how. This is something Chomsky talks about as well, like in institutionalization. Like you're taught. I don't know if you've seen the thing with Chomsky and Andrew Marr, where Andrew Marr is interviewing Chomsky, and Andrew Marr says to him, "How do you know I'm self-censoring?" to Chomsky, and he says, "I'm not saying you're self-censoring. I'm sure you believe everything that you're saying. What I'm saying to you is, if you didn't believe it, you wouldn't be sat there now." And it's a kind of
right. If you didn't believe it, you wouldn't be in your position now. You wouldn't be there.
Exactly. So it's a complex thing, but you talk about gravitational pull, and there's a kind of gravitational pull that occurs where people that are sympathetic towards the needs of the system rise to certain positions, and then they just sort of institutionally know how to behave. Is how I would describe it.
You're absolutely right. I mean, a case in point, with my friend and I, we got very, very close to a judicial review process, and it was stopped at the level of getting the necessary funding, which we would have needed 50 grand to 100 grand legal funding. I couldn't have done it myself. It was to do with the health system, and it was stopped. We believe that it was stopped by the Department of Health telling the funding body not to give us funding for the judicial review. We had a barrister, which gave us a good chance of getting this through on our arguments. And it was stopped to say that it had no merit. In other words, you're not going to get the funding to do it. And when we had the solicitor that we were talking to at that time, he was great. He was great up to the point he wasn't great. And the point he stopped being great is the point that it would affect him. And because if he went beyond that, he'd be criticizing the people that allow him to be a solicitor, essentially, He'd be working against his own interests.
Yeah, and that's a typical problem, isn't it?
It is. And it's this kind of inertia, really. Well, the idea, does it have to be a plan? No, it has to be a hell of a lot of inertia, and people put in positions in which they cannot affect the whole without jeopardizing their individual status in some way, in general terms, really. And that keeps it in this kind of moribund, inaspic sort of state, really, like a fly in amber. And that's where we are with the justice system largely,
Yeah. Anyway, Mark, I just want to answer this question. I've got to go because
yes,
I've not eaten very much today, so I need to.
No, I haven't. Well, I know I did have my fish cakes, but you should get something down.
Yeah, I just want to answer this question because someone's asked me if I knew it was coming. No, I didn't. I did not know it was coming. So it was a pleasant surprise today.
It was a surprise, wasn't it? And that's really good. Well, thanks so much for coming on.
Really
enjoyed our talk, and thanks so much everybody in the chat and everybody that's spoken and everything.
Yeah,
it's been really good.
Hopefully I'll do it again in the future.
Absolutely. I you know, I haven't done this for a long time, and I just thought,
I'm glad you did it.
Something happened today, and I've been kind of like up in energy the last couple of days. I don't know why, but this happening today, I thought, oh, I'm just going to see what people think, and I'm really pleased and gratified that you came on as well, Chris. I really appreciate it.
Really glad you did it. I don't usually do these impromptu things, so I'm really glad you did it. And we'll, as I say, I'll bring a video out tomorrow. I'm actually going to do a live stream tomorrow night as well.
Yes. Oh, good. That's good. Yeah, I'll try and catch up with that. And it's a moving situation. It's a dynamic situation we're in, obviously, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what we are.
Absolutely. We just have to see what happens. Anyway, thanks again, Mark. And
cheers. All the best, Chris, and all the best to everybody in the chat. And
thanks for everything you've done again, and we'll speak to you again.
Thank you too. And I think that the book is going to be fantastic to aid this pushing forward. It's an energetic thing that has an essential ingredient in what's going to eventuate. You know.
I hope so. Anyway, take care.
Take care. Cheers, bye, and thank you ever so much, everybody in the chat. I'm sorry I didn't keep up with the comments and everything, and we're just over 5 hours, so that's not too bad, and great to see everybody that spoke. And I'll probably hit the hay now, or I might have a cup of tea actually, because cheers Casbar, cheers Wesley, cheers John Bayliss, Henna, Jay Baxter, Bernie, Wesley, Lynn, and I'm repeating names now, PG, NE, 4BT, Trevor. Thank you ever so much for being here, and God bless. And Lucy Letby will be free, and it's going to be, I believe it's going to be this year. Well, it should be this year, should have been last year. But I'll say good night for now. I'm going to end the stream. Goodbye. Ending the stream.